into plans that are going to influence decision making on much higher level. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Marion Cheduna. I work with Joint for Water. Joint for Water is a Belgian-based organization. I work there as a program advisor. I must say it's the first time I'm attending this meeting, and my expectation is to share our experiences because we work across 5 countries in Africa. But I think the ones that are most relevant for the Nile Basin are Burundi, Uganda, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's where our programs cover. We program around work with women and climate, and I'll be excited to share our work with a group of rural women that we call Women River Ambassadors that are doing quite a great work at the grassroots. And my expectation also is to see how we can link grassroots to national and regional development planning so that we can plow back the actions to where the real issues are happening. I'm glad to be here and I really look forward to engaging. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Rose Amede from the Medical Workers Association, specifically Uganda Nurses and Midwives Union. I'm the chairperson midwifery of this country. And my interest today is to share experience and network. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to use your mentor there, network. I'm agenda and technology. My main interest, my expectation is to get experience, networking, and share. Hello. Nice to be here. I'm Sarah Soro, and I'm a board member of the Discourse Forum, the Discourse Now Discourse Lessons, basically Discourse Weather. I come from Uganda, and I work for an organization called Global Development Media and Communication, and I've been so much integrated in this situation thing and the non-visit. My expectation here is to learn from you and synergize with leadership, women's leadership in for water resource management, resilience livelihoods, and climate financing when we are talking about climate change. How do we access that financing so that we can translate, like the lady from the Belgium project said, our actions to the real community of people that we want to see like their livelihoods changed. So that's what I'm here to learn from you and also share as we progress in this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Louisa Monahan. The Executive Director for Global Community Agency for Fiscal Development. I represent the organization based in Nile, that are a member of the National Human Network. Nile Basin Uganda. I'm here to learn, to network, but again, learning more about human regulation, but also in climate change, but also in climate financing. Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jared. I'm working at the library in Chicago as I represented this program, which is very expert. I was gender free and regional operator and member of the Medical Diplomacy too, and so planning. And I'm founder and president of the Regular Association. Thank you. I'm here to present for the library initiative, gender mainstream policy and implementation strategy. I'm here on behalf of the library initiative. Mr. Library. Thank you.
Thank you. For my Charles, I work with Nile Based Initiative Secretary Interior as an admin and HR officer. My coming here, I'm here on behalf of Nile Based Initiative. Nile Based Initiative Secretary Executive Directors Office. Yeah, being here, I think at the end of the day, we shall understand how deeper understanding of these women, gender, and all that. Because when I was looking at the SDG 4, 5, 6, 13, we are talking about water, we are talking about equality, but I was trying to figure out where are men? Should men just sit in these meetings and they discuss about women? Yeah, it's good to discuss about women, they are mothers, they are sisters, but where are men? You see, as we promote this, you see, when a vehicle tries to overtake and it is not cautious, it might get an accident in front. So at the end of the day, I think we need to bring in also the other side of women. Women cannot move alone. They need to deal with women. Thank you.
Yes, good morning, everyone. My name is Gabriel Ismail. I work for that person Christos. I really work as a business officer. Thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for listening. I was the applications for the job businesses. Yeah. Morning, everyone. My name is Robert Wairdo. I work as a finance administration officer with the Nile based business. Yes, of course. My expectation is how platforms can be created from this work to enable potential partnerships and also finding opportunities. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Media Michael. I'm the professional at Everyday Speakers.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Hilary Manya. I work with Nile as Secretary and the Program Office. My expectation in this engagement is that at least you have been selected and you are the topmost key persons who are the voices that are going to communicate to those whom we cannot reach through this kind of meetings, so that you'll be able to strengthen them, raise their voices, and they'll be able to support decision making. For in this one, I see that there is strength in promoting grassroots communication. Thank you all.
Good morning. My name is Olivia Daniel. I'm a media officer in Connect.
Thank you so much. My name is Aishuka Andrew, and I'm a journalist from Economic.
Good morning. This is David Stephen from Efficiency and Foreign. Good morning, everyone. My name is Adeline Gasita. I work as a young professional at Life and Education. Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And my name is Angelica Kurija. I work with the Nile Basin Discourse as the Regional Program Administrator, Dr. Nelson. I'm happy to have you on here. Thank you all. Matthias, do you have anything online? Can you introduce please?
Our people online, kindly, if anyone is interested in introducing yourself, please be free. I can see Betty, I can see KNDF, I can see Kefa, Tinase Getachew. Please, if you're interested.
Okay. Okay, as we wait for the online people to come on board, I thank you all. It is clear that we have a room full of experience, ideas, and expectation. Our chief guest has just arrived from the Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, Republic of Uganda. Our chief guest probably he may be interested who are in the room. So I will just request categories of participants in the room to wave to you or to stand up and present themselves to you. We have NPT leadership, executive committee members, the chairperson, the secretary general, and treasurer. I request you to stand up. Thank you. Our chief guests, we have also the three committee members of the regional Nile network. I just 10 from the 10 ILC countries. I humbly request the three committee members to stand up and go to our chief guests. Thank you. We have representatives from our long-time partner, the Nile Basin Initiative, gentleman and lady. Thank you. We have a representative from the UN woman, a lady behind you. And we have a representative from Women in Water Diplomacy. Without smiling. And then we have representatives from women networks and civil society organizations who are based in Uganda. I kindly request you all to show up in terms of our chief of guests. Then I think we have LPG secretary chief, the technical team sitting behind the screen. And of course, media from Infoline, that site. Right next to anyone, in jurisdiction. Regional manager, yes.
Yeah, thank you so much. These are the participants. Honorable Chief Guest, probably you can introduce yourself and then we'll proceed to the next session.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you. My name is Angela Nakafero. I serve as the Commissioner Gender and Women Affairs, Minister of Gender and Labor Social Development. I'm stepping into the big shoes of the Honorable Minister, General Lieutenant Henry Mukonde, who is in cabinet right now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, our Chief Guest. You are most welcome. May I now have the pleasure to invite Dr. Sofasi, our regional manager, to give us his brief remarks. Regional manager, you have the floor.
Chief guest, honorable government representative from Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, Republic of Uganda, distinguished executive committee members of the Nile Basin Discourse, distinguished chairperson and members of the regional Nile Women's Network, development partners, members of media, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Good morning. A warm welcome to this Nile Regional Nile Network workshop on progress, best practices, and strategic partnership in transboundary water resource management. It is both a pleasure and an honor to welcome you distinguished women leaders, policymakers, development partners, civil society representatives, and stakeholders from across the Nile Basin. As we are here today, the Nile Basin discourse continues to demonstrate its unwavering commitment to promoting inclusive participation in the Nile Basin cooperation and development. Through its extensive grassroots network and regional engagement, the Nile Basin Discourse provides an important platform for amplifying community voice and ensuring local representatives inform regional policy, decision-making process, and development initiatives across the Nile Basin. This workshop comes at a particularly important moment as NBD completes its strategic reorientation process that redefines its priorities and programmatic focus in response to emerging regional and global challenges and opportunities. Building on its strong foundation of water policy dialogue, regional cooperation, and advocacy, the Nile Basin Discourse has expanded its focus towards a broader, more integrated approach that links water governance with environmental sustainability and socio-economic development. This renewed strategic direction is organized under three interconnected thematic program areas. The first one is
the knowledge generation and sharing. This programmatic focuses on strengthening citizen-led data generation, knowledge management, learning, community empowerment as a critical pillar for sustainable natural resource governance and inclusive development. This approach recognizes community not merely as a beneficiary, but as an active knowledge producer, custodian, and driver of evidence-based advocacy and decision-making. The second program, Attainability, is transboundary dialogue and regional cooperation. This program focuses on creating platforms for policy dialogue, engagement among diverse stakeholders at local, national, and regional levels. The platform facilitates mutual understanding, trust building, experience sharing, consensus building around shared development priorities, transboundary water governance, environmental sustainability, climate resilience, and socio-economic transformation. The third program, Attainability, is livelihood development and sustainability. This thematic area focuses on strengthening climate resilience, sustainable livelihood, green economic opportunities to improve the socio-economic well-being of communities across the Nile Basin. The program therefore seeks to support community in developing diversified, sustainable, and environmentally resilient livelihood systems. Under this program, particular emphasis is placed on empowering local communities to transition from unsustainable resource extraction towards climate resilient and nature positive economic development. Impact funds. The Regional Nile Women Network represents an important step towards advancing gender-responsive implementation of these thematic priorities of LGBT. The network provides a valuable platform through which women can strengthen their voice, expand their influence, and contribute meaningfully to decisions that shape sustainable water resource management and inclusive development in the basin. Over the coming days, through our collective efforts, this workshop offers an opportunity to assess the progress made by the National Nine Women Network, reflect on lessons learned, document best practices, and identify practical solutions to the challenge that continues to limit women's participation in transboundary water governance and livelihood development. It also provides an important space for strengthening partnership with intergovernmental organizations, regional economic communities, civil society organizations, and development partners committed in inclusive and sustainable water resource management in the Nile Basin. As we begin our deliberation, let us remember that women empowerment is not only a matter of equity, but also a strategic imperative for achieving sustainable development, climate resilience, peace, and regional cooperation. The future of Nile Basin depends on meaningful participation and contribution of all stakeholders, and the women must remain at the center of the future. Dear participants, allow me to acknowledge the generous support from cooperation in international water in Africa, SIWA, the World Bank, for supporting this workshop and providing seed funding through the Nile Civil Society Climate Resilience Project. Their continued support plays a critical role in strengthening community engagement in the management and transboundary water and climate resilience of the Nile Basin. With this remark, I wish you productive discussion, meaningful exchange, and successful outcome. It is now my pleasure to invite the chairperson of the Nile, of the Regional Nile Women Network, Ms. Gada Hamadin, to deliver her opening remarks. Following her remarks, the chairperson of the Regional Nine Women Network will have the honor to invite chairperson of the Nine Basin Discourse to deliver an opening address. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Excellency, distinguished guests, partners, sisters, and brothers of the Nile family. It is my pleasure and true privilege to welcome you today on behalf of the Regional Nile Women Network that was launched by the Nile Basin Discourse in December 2022 with the support of the Nile Basin Initiative. To our valued partners, our supporters, members, all our guests who were keen to be with us today, to come or to travel to be part of this gathering. Welcome. We are truly delighted to have you with us today. Today is not simply another workshop. It is an opportunity to bring together people who believe in the same powerful idea that women are not only beneficiaries of development, they are leaders, change makers, and essential partners in shaping the future of the Nile region. Women can bring knowledge from their communities. They can build bridges across borders. Women can contribute to peace and cooperation, can lead climate actions, and can help shape a more equitable and sustainable future for the Nile Basin. Of course, we will not ignore the role of men, I mentioned. The Nile connects us through water, but our connection goes far beyond the river. It connects communities, cultures, economies, and generations. Increasingly, it reminds us that the challenges we are facing, climate change, water security, food security, livelihoods, and inequality cannot be solved by one country, one institution, or one organization alone. They require us to work closely together. That's why we are here today. And this is why we believe that the Regional Nile Women Network has a special role to play. We want to create a space where women's voices are heard, where knowledge and experiences are shared, where partnerships become action, and where good ideas get the support that they need to grow. So as we begin our discussions today, I encourage you all here in this room to think of what we can do all together to develop and support the Regional Nile Women Network and the national networks on the national levels in the 10 Nile Basin countries. As I said, to make voices of women heard and overcome their challenges in water management and water governance. So once again, I thank you so much for being here, and thank you for believing in our vision, and thank you for being part of our journey, which is one Nile, one family. Thank you so much. I invite our chairperson of the MED to come forward and provide an speech. Thank you. Thank you, sister. Good morning again. Welcome to this meeting.
Dear colleagues, as the previous two speakers, my colleagues stated, NPD is working hard at various levels in all the 10 Italian countries. I will not repeat what our regional manager said. We have so many initiatives running as we speak. The European countries facilitate and implement projects that affect the communities living in the busy area. We are working for the empowerment of women, grassroots communities, and people living in the busy area. And we are not leaving out anyone, including the men. To address the concern of my brother here, Siwa had a male champion program where the men are really championing our cause. Now, we have new programs, as we have stated earlier. We are to implement these initiatives with you, with our development partners and government and community stakeholders. We work for the communities in the basin area in various ways. Now we have added women network and youth network to our very wide initiative. We are very hopeful of a bright future, not only for the NPD, but for the communities living in the basin area. We are creating awareness, we are conducting critical research, which give input to government, respective governments, when they design policies and directives. So the Secretariat, the NPD, starting from the scratch, has come a very long way. Now we are implementing several projects successfully. And we are getting stronger, I would say, every day. So the future is bright for NPD and the communities living in the basin area. This meeting is a part of our various endeavors that will lead us to the fulfillment of our NPD vision, mission, and values. I wish us all a very fruitful deliberation and thank you all for joining us this morning. One Nile, one family. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite the Honorable Commissioner to give us an opening remark. Please welcome the community now to the podium.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Nile Basin Discourse. The Nile Basin Discourse Regional Manager, the Chairperson, and their leadership, the representative of UN Women, the representative of member states of the Nile Basin, the representatives from government ministries, departments and agencies, and the NBT Secretariat, members of the Nile Basin Women Network, the Women in Water, Women Diplomacy, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to join you today at this workshop as we discuss issues regarding the Nile Basin. We all, I'm not forgetting the representatives of the media, most welcome. I'd like to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to welcome you to Uganda, welcome you to the source of the Nile, welcome you to the Pearl of Africa. Especially for sisters and brothers from other countries. I really hope that you're going to enjoy your stay in Uganda and you're going to learn a lot from the many women in this room who are contributing to the conservation and protection of the Nile Basin, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, welcoming you to the Nile Basin Discourse Regional Nile Women Network Workshop. As previous speakers have emphasized, ladies and gentlemen, the Nile connects the Great Lakes region, the Great Lakes in this region. And of course, it has been the source of life for over 11 countries. The Nile represents, ladies and gentlemen, untapped opportunities. Every time I get a chance to walk around, cross the Nile at different points, I really see a lot of untapped opportunities. In terms of clean energy generation, we celebrate Ethiopia. It has tried the recent development of the dam. Uganda is also trying, but we can do better as a region in terms of renewable energy. And of course, energy needs development. Where there's no energy, where there's no electricity and other forms of energy, we cannot develop, ladies and gentlemen. The Nile also represents great food security for the region. I believe our sisters and brothers from other countries will enjoy the nutritious food of Uganda. Because most of our food is natural, right from the garden, and you're able to enjoy the returns. It represents fishing opportunities, tourism, transport. We are not utilizing the Nile for transport, especially for us in Uganda. We haven't utilized it well. Yet it has potential in terms of connecting us to Tanzania, Kenya, and other countries. It also represents peace and security. At times we don't reflect on issues around peace and security. We've already talked about diplomacy and of course continental trade and development. So for me, every time I get a chance to cross the Nile, I really see as Africa, we are missing a lot in terms of regional integration and development. On the other hand, ladies and gentlemen, the Nile is experiencing climate change, as previous speakers have emphasized. We've seen droughts every time it rains for over 2 months in Uganda. We're experiencing floods. We're experiencing shrinking natural water storage. We are also experiencing pollution of water. Yet, as a country, we largely depend on the Lake Victoria and the Nile for water. We're also witnessing conflicts. So many countries in the Nile Basin have gone through series of conflicts, armed conflicts, but also displacements. As a country, Uganda has been stable for quite some time. We celebrate the peace and stability, but we are also concerned about what's going on in South Sudan, DRC, because we've been receiving millions, currently over 2 million refugees. And of course, that means pressure on the existing natural resources. So as we talk about the Nile Basin, ladies and gentlemen, we need to recognize that security is no longer about armed conflicts. It's also about climate change, environmental degradation, disasters, displacements, competition over natural resources, refugees, growing number of refugees in the region. We also have extremism in the region. And of course, all these are affecting our sustainable use of the Nile Basin. As women leaders in the Nile Basin, our focus therefore should be on bringing about sustainable peace and security in the region through enhanced meaningful participation of women in climate action, peace building, prevention of all forms of violence against women and girls, and of course, building and utilizing the Nile for regional development. Our objectives, ladies and gentlemen, should focus on preventing conflicts, promoting women's participation in leadership and governance, and strengthening women's capacity in terms of making laws and decisions and designing policies and programs. But at the end of the day, looking at how we can utilize our numbers and our strengths in terms of responding to natural man-made disasters and improving institutional coordination for sustainable development in the region. Strengthening women's involvement and participation in environmental and natural resources conservation, management and climate action, and of course providing connection between women, peace and security, and of course looking at commitments that our countries have made as part of the region. As government of Uganda, under the leadership of Minister of Gender, Labour, Social Development, we've been operationalizing the commitments of some border districts in terms of promoting peace and security, and also taking care of the number of refugees in the country. We have a project we are implementing with DRC, the Borderlands Project, which is positioning us in terms of regional integration, in terms of climate action, in terms of infrastructure development, also in terms of regional trade. In the same way, I would like to call upon the women leaders in the basin to push for those kind of projects that connect us and also bring about regional development. As a country, we are also undertaking climate change vulnerability hotspots mapping, and we hope that this will help us to identify areas of climate vulnerability, poverty, environmental degradation, displacement, gender-based violence, and of course conflict. This is important in terms of directing our interventions and resources to women and communities that are facing these risks. We need to strengthen our linkages between women, peace and security agenda, the nationally determined contributions, our gender and equity strategies in climate action, disaster risk management, and of course, looking at the refugee context, ladies and gentlemen. As we strengthen the women's participation in the existing environmental committees and disaster management, peace committees, climate planning and structures, and natural resource governance and institution, we must promote women-led climate resilience, livelihoods, climate-smart agriculture business, environmental restoration, early warning systems, and peaceful management of land, water, forests, and other natural resources. It is important to strengthen our collaboration among government ministries and agencies. I'm happy that this agenda has been invited into this space, but also working closely with others. We'd like also to strengthen our partnership. We'd like to thank the World Bank. We'd like to thank CHUA for the support that has been extended to this work. And of course, our success, ladies and gentlemen, will only be judged to the extent to which we are able to ensure that women are safe, they're meaningfully represented in decision making, better prepared for disasters, economically resilient, and their capacity to contribute to peaceful and sustainable natural resource management is strengthened, ladies and gentlemen. When I was coming in, my brother was saying that women shouldn't take over. My brother, women are not taking over. We have a right and responsibility to contribute to our country's development. It is our responsibility to ensure that the Nile Basin is not degraded, is conserved, and is able to serve the next generations, ladies and gentlemen. And these rights and responsibilities have all been defined within our laws and policies. So you're here for a noble cause, ladies and gentlemen. So I'd like to thank our development partners for the support, ladies and gentlemen. We celebrate you, ladies, in this place. We hope that your leadership will help us perform better in the Nile Basin. It will also help to serve the communities that are in most cases marginalized by the ongoing developments. It is my honor and pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, to declare the Nile Basin East Coast Regional Nile Women Network Workshop open for God and my commission.
Thank you, our chief guest. Can we give a loud round of applause? Thank you, chief guest, for your comprehensive and insightful communication. Women are not only development agents, but they are also peacemakers and peace builders. Thank you so much. I think to conclude this session, we have only one remaining agenda item. A brief one. A brief one about NBD. Our targets, constituencies, and the workshop objectives and expected outcomes. I think most of you have had NBD for the first time. So I think I would like to give you some more information about NBD. So NBD, the Nile Basin Discourse, is a regional network of networks of civil society organizations with 600 plus members across the 10 countries in the Nile Basin. It was established in 2003 to support Basin governments and the intergovernmental organization, the Nile Basin Initiative, in bringing the voice of citizens into the Nile cooperation process. Nile Basin Initiative was established a bit earlier than 2003. It was established in 1999. So the governments felt that there is a missing gap to make this process complete. That is the participation of the public. And they wanted to bring an organized civil society group that can mobilize communities from the grassroots and support the process. That is why we say we serve as a collective voice of grassroots communities, connecting them to dialogue with governments and their intergovernmental organizations to influence policies and transform the water resource development and management. So the regional secretariat is based in Uganda, Entebbe, where we are from, and we have national chapters in the 10 countries, legally registered and networks by their own. So we normally say we are politically neutral, and we don't favor anyone, but we follow facts and figures, and we provide a platform where everyone can come and contribute. Yes. So this is how LPG is organized. The structure. We have the General Assembly on top. This is constituted by 3 members from each of the 10 countries. So we have a General Assembly of 33 and 30 members. Then we have regional boards represented by one from each, that is 10 members, board, regional boards, plus 3 gender representatives representing a category of countries, which we call clusters. Cluster 1 countries are these Eastern Nile Basin countries, Egypt, Ethiopia, South Sudan, and Sudan. So we have one representative in the board from that region to speak about gender issues. And we have in this room, you can kindly show yourself to them. Yes. Then we have a category of countries, we call them cluster 2, Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and we have one gender representative in the group from that cluster, and we have RA. Yes. Then we have another cluster representative, cluster 3, DRC, Burundi, and Rwanda, and Madam Nandi. This is how the regional board is constituted. And then we have secretariats, as I said in Entebbe, for the day-to-day performance of activities. And then we have national discourse forums in the 10 countries, working with communities and national governments in each country, connecting grassroots issues with regional perspectives. Next. Our objectives are to strengthen organized public participation in the Nile Basin development process, policies, programs, and projects designed by the governments and their intergovernmental organization, including India, contribute to inclusive and multi-stakeholder transboundary water resource management and governance. And then, as the previous speakers already alluded to, the chair of the Regional Development Network, the chair of NB Board, we advocate for human-centered, environmentally friendly, and climate resilient sustainable development in the basin. These are our focus areas. We work on awareness raising on a number of issues. We work on generating knowledge, evidence, as the regional manager already said in his remarks. Recently, we have introduced an initiative on citizen-led data generation and management, where citizens can collect data themselves, send data into the central data platform for analysis and outcome production. Then we build capacities of members and partners on a number of issues. Next. Our approach is following communication lines. We call them top-down, where we inform communities on what is being done by the governments and the intergovernmental bodies in the basin. What programs are being initiated, what projects, policies. Then bottom up, where we communicate communities' insights, concerns, priorities to the policymakers. We talk to the communities, listen to them, and package their concerns and priorities and inform decision makers when we get them. Then we have horizontal communication channel where we bring the stakeholders within and across boundaries like this one, where they can come together, share experience, best practices, and build capacities in a peer-to-peer formats. Next. Yes, I think this is the most important section, and it is elaborated target constituencies are grassroots communities. Why are we targeting communities? Primarily, we believe that communities are custodians of natural resources. communities interact with land, water, wetlands, forest, whatever resource. And they are the custodians of their natural resources. So if we really want to preserve those natural resources, we must amplify their voice. Their voice. We must connect local realities with national and regional decision making. What is there on the ground and what are the policies and projects and programs being designed at the policy level. Strengthening community participation and ownership of development solutions. Sometimes we think that communities are only problem creators, but they are also owners of solutions. So we need to consider their solution to inform policies. Empower communities as active partners, not merely beneficiaries. And strengthen transboundary cooperation, which I think the Chief of Gas has spoken very nicely. Transboundary cooperation is very important, and that must come from the grassroots upwards if we want this the same. So NPD works with communities in different formats in order to fulfill what was said in that document. Next. Among the grassroots communities, I think, as my friend here said, we are kind of biased to women and youth. We have the reason for that. If we want sustainable development to be meaningful, impactful, we have to include, we have to do social justice and work on equity and equality. The UN report 2025 showed that the male-female distribution is almost equal in the world. What does it mean? It means that without involving the equal section of the society, it is not possible to think about sustainable development. So the figure from the report is here in the table from the world. The ratio is almost equal, but male population is slightly higher than female population. But in Africa, the reverse is what is on the ground. Female population is slightly higher than the male counterparts. So population parity has not translated into equal representation in decision making. That is why we are tending to favor women. When we come to water and women, I think most of the participants here are working with women and water, and they know how these two are interconnected. Women are household water managers, health champions, food producers, caregivers, environmental stewards. So when water is affected in terms of quality, in terms of quantity, who will be affected first? Women. And when we look at the decision making on governance leadership, again, women remain underrepresented. So it is fair and just to empower women, probably in a preferential way. The same holds true for youth. Africa is one of the world's largest and fastest growing youth population, the continent with growing youth population. So we have to target the youth for the meaningful development, climate action, and water resource management. I think the question now one may ask is, okay, NBD has identified that this section of the society should be targeted and what we want, and what have we done so far? We have not done quite a lot, but we have just started modest activities. We established national level networks in 2022 to enable them to get opportunities to collectively embrace decision making, share experience, and build leadership skills. Then, in order to connect the national network with the regional issues, we also established the regional management network in the same year in order to connect, amplify, and influence policies at the regional level. And that is why we are here today. Then after establishment, we provided training to national management network members on entrepreneurship development, projects, proposal writing, and now we has come up with a state funding initiative for ideas which are innovative, women-led, and livelihoods improving. Soon, within 2 or 3 days, the steering committee of the regional management network will select some 2 or 3 top proposals for seed money. That is a move from capacity building to practical implementation that NBD is doing. For regional management network, NBD also try to facilitate the development of the terms of reference. We also organized webinars because of limited resources. We cannot, we could not bring them physically to discuss, share, and strategize, but we organized webinars, monthly webinars where they can come together and strategize for their collective leadership. These are some of the victorious from the National Management Network Amendment trainings on different issues in each country. These are the webinars that we had where the regional management network members and speakers came together and shared knowledge and experience. Coming to the objective of today's workshop, the general objective is to strengthen the capacity and sustainability of the national and regional management networks. Through experience sharing, partnership commissioning, and also action plan development. Outputs, we expect these are immediate outputs after this auction. We will have reports, we will have summary of best practices in gender responsive, transformative leadership governance. We expect new partners to join and support our regional network. Then we expect the updated strategic plan and action plan for the network members to implement. I think the program is in hands of everyone. I'm not going to go through the program. By the way, we crafted this. We begin with stock taking, a journey. Then we will connect our network with global, continental, and regional frameworks. We have presenters from the UN Women, Women in Water Diplomacy, and the Nile Basin Initiative. And we will explore how to connect local voices with regional and global policies, with we will have a brief presentation from each country on the progress of challenges and prospects of each of the networks. And that will finally take us to revise the strategic documents and then work on the action plan of the regional Nile network. Thank you for your kind attention. I think with this, we're breaking for tea. Probably for the break, we may pause for important. Then we'll have the break and come back after how many minutes? Yeah, 20 minutes. 20 minutes. Thank you. My others, you can write us to the recording.
We have such a big number of just filters. I didn't have more big. There will be result for some. We take those down and it's out. Not it.
Okay, let's go. Yeah. That's right. Oh, absolutely. Andrea. Yes. I was about to send me and I email. Yeah. Okay. Problem is such, problem is the schedule. You cannot make it. Again, you see, okay, that was. So that I have any wisdom. Kalian di musik tinggal sama touching ke semua, kan? Masih nggak? Anjir, kita nih. Kalau mantu fasilitas, masih belum. Masih kau sih di dalam mau sahabat kita sendiri. Maybe tidak pun. Oke, kan sahabat. Mantu kayak juga, Jesus. Nada, agora nah, menurut program ini reflection menangis masih change. Jadi ini mata administrasi. Jadi itu penting bagi ini beda. Ini beda. All kind of ideas with sample paradigms. What about this?
Sabat satin, kasabat natin balik sa nasa. So now it's all for the you charge guys. I didn't antigen na smoking ang isang chat. So there is one show my authority. Kakacyo na smoking mga politicians. Dugtap sila sa tema. Ang sa atin. Where is my mobile? It's here. Why not I make it? I kindly request everyone to take their seats. We are going to start. Thank you. The next session will be chaired by the NBT board chairperson, Madam Nile. Before I give the mic to her, I would like to give the floor to the new guest in the house. We have newcomer to introduce herself. Is going to be in charge case. So, in that we only.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm late, but nice to find you progressing. And I'm glad to be here. I'm called Laura Tumira. I work with Team Chat 8, like it has been said, and I'm a partnerships development coordinator. Greetings from Team Chat 8.
Thank you so much. Now we'll start session 1. I'd like to invite Ms. Dr. Dada to take us some progress update on the regional media network. She's the chairperson and she's the chief behind the activity. Dr. Dada, please. Thank you so much. Hello again. Let me first share with you a brief about the network. We've been hearing about the network since this morning, and I just wanted to let you know how we started the network, how we gathered together to put our strategic initiatives and action plan for the first time. And we're happy to have you here all of you today because in the last the second half of the day, we will be working on the update of the document that we have already developed in December 2022. Actually, with the support of a very good consultant who provided the support for the network to have this document. The network has a steering committee of representatives from the 10 nine recent countries, and we had elections back then. So the steering committee gathers the 10 representatives, and they are the chairperson of the national women networks in their countries. So we have national women networks formed in each country, and then
we have this umbrella which is under the regional line women network. And of course, the national networks, they work closely and under the supervision of the Nile discourse forum in each country. And with the regional Nile women network, we are also under the umbrella of the NBT. So actually, the main aim of having the network was to ensure that the voices of the grassroots women are heard in the realization of the commitments and the policies of the non-regional governments and other stakeholders. Actually, we have 5 key pillars for our network: enhancing the access, deepening the decision-making, and active participation of women and the system, strengthening and ensuring the household well-being of women. Those were the 5 key pillars that we agreed upon for our network. Why is that? Because we needed to overcome and to meet some of the challenges of women that we have been seeing in our country, because women they have been collecting water, which is physically demanding, especially for pregnant women, older women, and girls. The water collection can also be life-threatening experience for women and girls, as they are in danger of attacks by predators in their journey to get water. The girls are forced to skip school because they are busy collecting water, and collecting water keeps women from doing more valuable work. So the water that is collected is often contaminated and unhealthy for consumption. Those were the reasons that and the challenges that we all see in our countries. I'm really, sorry when I say that you are still facing those challenges in our countries, especially in the marginalized, areas and rural and some of the rural areas. And while all, other countries are speaking of AI and modern technologies, so I think we need really to attract the attention of the global organizations to get support for the regional Nile Women Network, the national networks in each country, to do more for the women in the rural areas and for those who are really in need of help. So the overall mission of the network is to positively influence integrated water resource management in and around the Nile, including transboundary basins, so that local communities can measurably better social, economic, and environmental outcomes. We agree on some specific objectives for the network: to voice the challenges on the political, legal, and social cultural levels for gender mainstreaming in the water sector as the local, national, and basin transboundary levels, advocate for and monitor gender mainstreaming efforts in the water sector across the 10 countries, build capacities of grassroots women, young and old, to be actively involved in water management and decision making at the local and the national level, drive sustainability through women empowerment, servant leadership, and strategic partnerships. Actually, we had some of the guiding principles and approaches on facilitating agency, self-empowerment, collective empowerment, the main engagement, because we thought of the main champions, who should really take this forward and ensure the gender mainstreaming in the different strategies and policies. And of course, having social models that supports women and making no harm to anyone, and of course the positive youth development. And I think we are really doing good in the NVT now on having a youth network as well, similar to the women's network. So this is in brief what we put together in one document in December 22 with some, under the key initiatives, we put some of the actions that we have been trying to achieve in each country. I believe that we have been doing a great job in each country, despite of the zero. We haven't been successful to have adequate resources to support the national networks on the national level or the regional networks as well. But we are really committed. We feel committed to our women, to our community, to our grassroots. So that's why we have been mobilizing in each country, mobilize some of the national resources or the local resources to achieve our key principles and strategic initiatives that we have agreed upon with this small resource. As we have seen in one of the presentations on the LDD that we have heard, Mr. Aidil presented this morning, he mentioned that we have been doing webinars, online webinars, which were very useful to exchange experiences and knowledge among the network members. Because we believe that the exchange of experience, the capacity building is very important. This is going to lead to the women empowerment and get more resources in the future. So I really would like to take this opportunity to thank the chairpersons of the national networks on the national level who have been trying to do a lot with minimum resources. And later in another session, we will be seeing some of the progress that have been done on the national level. But I'm standing here today. I'm really looking forward to the support of all the agencies that are with us today, and to guide us on how to get more resources to support the network. Resources is not only money. It's not only funding. Of course, money is very important, but resources could be human resources, could be capacity building trainings, could be knowledge management, could be engagement in the different activities, engagement in the different events on the global level, on the regional level, on the local level, on the national level, in order level to make the voices of the women heard. I think now in all our countries, we see that women have been in different decision-making positions, but we need more. We are looking for more. And this is our mission. We need to support our women, our girls, to have more of the decision-making positions to enable us to reach our targets. So this is in brief what we have been agreed upon, but as I told you, we need you, we need your knowledge, we need your experience to update the document that here we have been following. We need to have updated actions to be in line with the different modern technologies, the different global trends around us. The global challenges are really increasing, and we have heard from Her Excellency this morning about the different challenges that all our countries are facing, either from climate change, disasters, or water scarcity, resilience of communities. So we need more. Your efforts are really valuable for us. So this is in brief, but I would like also, through this session, Chair, please, I would like to open the doors of discussions to hear more from our partners, from our members, on what we're looking for the next phase. Thank you. Thank you. We do something. Yes. The thank the chairperson of the Women Network for her presentation. She gave us a clear historical background, why it was started, how it was started, and the 5 strong pillars it's working with. So now we move to I have a suggestion to make. Maybe we can have all the presentations and we take your notes, your comments, we jot down your comments, your questions, your comments, and then we'll have a plenary session and where we ask questions session. So shall we proceed with the presentations first and then we go to the discussion? In that case, I would want to call the representative of UN Women so that she can discuss UN framework on women's empowerment by her organization. Welcome, Madam. Please proceed.
Good morning, everyone, again. My name is Andrea. I'm the humanitarian program analyst at UN Women Uganda, and sending greetings from the country representative who is out of the country at the moment. I will read her on this as well afterwards. So yeah, we were requested to talk about the UN frameworks on women empowerment. So we will touch both on the normative framework and the programmatic framework today. Before that, we do that, I just wanted to quickly tell you what your movement is and what we do, in case you're not familiar with us. So we are the United Nations agency for women empowerment and gender equality. So we have actually a triple mandate, which is very unique in the UN. So it starts with our normative mandate. So we set global standards, strengthen law, and advance gender equality commitments. So this goes from global gender equality frameworks all the way to how we can domesticate them in countries. And then we also support governments in domesticating those international frameworks. The second mandate is on coordination. So we convene UN agencies, we call ourselves the gender police, and we make sure that all other UN agencies, the government, and other development and humanitarian actors integrate and think about gender and women's needs in all their policies and programming. And we also, under the coordination pillar, it's not just that the UN that we coordinate, but we also coordinate very closely with women-led organizations, civil society, academia, and private sector. And the third pillar of the mandate is operational activities, so this includes direct support to women and girls in communities. So that can be gender-based violence, service delivery, or livelihood programming, or anything that we do directly in the community that we work in. That's our triple mandate. So looking at the global normative mandate, I'm sure that many of you are already aware of just of the brief background. So we started in 1979 with the CEDAW Convention. That's a convention on ending discrimination against women. It's a binding international treaty requiring states to eliminate discrimination against women. And when you look at Article 14, that's specifically relevant for us today, it addresses rural women, including participation in development planning and adequate living conditions, including water. Then in 1995, we have the Beijing Declaration and Platform for Action. So this is the global blueprint for women's rights and empowerment across 12 different areas. And one of the areas is women and environment, and also the women in power and decision making, which also I think directly links to the network objectives and work that you do. And we have the Sustainable Development Goals, of course, specifically Sustainable Development Goal number 5 on gender equality. And here as well, we have the sub-target on ensuring meaningful and equal participation of women in decision-making and leadership, and as well as equal rights to economic resources, which includes natural resources and water. And yes, we also have SDG 6 on water and sanitation, where also one of the targets specifically talks about the equal access to critical wash and specifically the needs of women and girls and other vulnerable groups. And the last normative framework I wanted to mention was the CSW, also called the Commission on the Status of Women, in 2022. The thematic focus was on climate change. So this one also calls for women's full, equal, and meaningful participation and leadership in environmental decision making, and urges the reduction of women time spent collecting household water and protection of women and girls from violence when accessing water and sanitation. I think one of the previous speakers also talked about this. So this is let's say the global UN framework related to women empowerment and more specifically on women and water. And now I will briefly take us through how that is being implemented by the UN. And we have something called the Gender Equality Accelerators. So these are programmatic frameworks to accelerate Sustainable Development Goal number 5. So this is how we can make it more make these really high level global policies a bit more practical. So there are 10 of them. And I will focus on the most relevant, I think, for this group. And just to quickly show you the overview. So the first one is on women's equal participation in political decision-making institutions. And then we have the second on gender responsive planning and budgeting. The third one talks about the care economy. Number 4 talks about decent work and entrepreneurship. Number 5 on gender responsive climate action and green and blue economy. And number 6 is ending violence against women and girls. Then we have the women peace and security agenda. We have gender transformative humanitarian action, women's resilience in disasters, and the last one is on data, so making every woman and girl count. So I will focus on the 4 that are marked in blue because I think they're and most relevant to what we're talking to you about today. So if we look at the first accelerator, it's about equal participation in political decision-making institutions. So exactly what I think the network is aims to do as well. So the framework includes supporting legal and policy reforms, including affirmative action for women like SODA, and advocating for those, preventing, monitoring, and responding to violence against women in politics. We work a lot on social norms, we work a lot with media, communities, men and boys, and traditional leaders to change those norms around who can lead and not lead. And we also strengthen women's leadership skills and political capacity. And this goes both for formal decision-making and informal decision-making. The second one is on gender responsive planning and budgeting. I'm gonna skip this in the interest of time. But I think what the network can also do, right, we can advocate for two governments at national and district level to integrate gender into their budgets. And this is really key, right? Because we're trying to advocate that when you're planning for a new water borehole, are gender considerations included in that budget? Because when we see if it's not budgeted for, it's not going to be implemented. So this can also be a tool for advocacy for the network. The third one is about transforming care systems. And we work with the 4 R's in the care economy. It's recognizing care work, reducing care work, redistributing it between women and men, represent and reward paid and unpaid care work. And this, of course, has a very strong linkage as well to water, as we know that women doing this mostly unpaid care work of fetching water. and women in the world of work. I will send this presentation later and also more details, but I'm just gonna get this for now. So I think what we can focus on is number 5, gender responsive climate action in green and blue economy. So the objective of this one is to ensure that women participate in, see, and benefit from just transitions in climate. So here, the UN works to increase women's leadership in climate decision making. So I think this network is also really, really great foundation, it's a great network to be a part of. And then we also work to expand access to climate finance and technology and innovation. So we see a lot of times that women-led and women rights organizations often are not able to access finance, finance proposals, finance, climate financing. Then also support women participation in green and blue economy, so that includes climate smart agriculture. We also have a big project, for example, in Uganda on fisheries, where women are part of the entire value chain in the fishery company. Now they have their own women-led company. Then we also work on strengthening rights to natural resources and land, and elevating the voices of indigenous, women, and environmental defenders. So yeah, this is the 3 pillars that we kind of work on. Again, first, the normative and policy guide to implement the Rio Convention and the Gender Action Plan, mostly at country level. So we're trying to domesticate those more global framework. We also work on strengthening the climate and care policy linkages, because that's something that's often overlooked in climate policy. When we talk about green and blue economies, we don't talk about the care economy in the context of climate change. The second one is about accountability institutions, finance, and data. Like I was just mentioning, increasing access to both organizations for financing, capacity building, and also really important for us is that we use more and advocate for the use of text as aggregated data to inform policy, financing, and decision making. And I talk about these with Ghana that there's still quite a big data gap when it comes to gender and climate change. We don't have all the other things that we need yet. And the third pillar is on women's leadership in climate action. So just to show you that the linkage, so right we have those different 10 different accelerators, gender equality accelerators, and they're really all interconnected. Right, you see, for example, climate change, and I think the commissioner alluded to this morning as well, all of these different issues are interconnected. Right, climate and environmental crisis are threatening jobs. Then we have the transform care program for the climate and care nexus that I just talked about. We also see that whenever there's a natural disaster, a lot of times we have a rise in gender-based violence as well. The leadership and decision making, correct? I talked about that. Then the women's peace and security agenda. But I imagine I think the commissioner also talked about this really important linkage about between climate change and peace and security. Then you have sustainable financing and yeah, the gender data and statistics. And continue to the women's peace and security framework. So here the objective is to increase women's participation, leadership, and in peace and security processes. And you may have heard about the UN Security Council Resolution 1325, which was a groundbreaking resolution that was passed in June. Experience conflict differently, and that women must be meaningfully involved in preventing conflict, resolving disputes, and building sustainable peace. So the global WPS agenda is based on these 4 pillars. The first one talks about women's participation in peace and security and decision making. The second one is about protecting women and girls in conflict-prone areas and violence. Third one talks about prevention, so talking about women's key role in preventing conflict. And the fourth is about post-conflict settings, so ensuring that women's needs and leadership are also included in recovery and in resilience post-conflict. So I know this is a regional network. I will briefly talk about what we do in Uganda, but really this, I think your women, I want to say almost all the countries, or I think in fact in every country we have, and yeah, all the 10 countries, I think we might have a national action plan with youth and security. I can double check that. But what your women support the government with domesticating this 1325 resolution into what we call national action plans on women, peace and security. So in Uganda, for example, it was 15 years until 2030, and it's kind of like domesticated also into district local action plans. And currently we actually have 21, so that's one outdated 21 local action plans. And the important thing here is that, there's also this element of climate change and human conflicts, right? So, for example, the Uganda now also recognizes this as the weather as well. That's a really important element that we need to consider when we talk about peace and security. So that's, I think, also a good entry point for the network in Uganda, but also in other countries to connect to the NAV and WPS coordination structure, because that's, I think, a key entry point for you as well. And we have number 8 on humanitarian coordination. We'll skip that. This is women's resilience to disaster. So you talk about, I think someone else talked about the importance of women's certification in early warning and disaster response as well. Especially when we look at Uganda, like the current floods and droughts. So ensuring that women's participation and leadership is also in those clauses. And the 10th and last accelerator is about data, so strengthening gender statistics in data systems for evidence-based decisions. And it's really a cross-cutting accelerator, also very important for climate action. So yeah, these are some of the key resources that might be helpful for you on the frameworks. And I can also share the link with Irene afterwards, and I'll share them with you. But they're just some tools and the strategies that you can use on gender and climate change. These are the end of my presentation. Happy to take questions after.
Thank you very much, Andrea, representative of the UN Women. We know UN Women is doing good work all over the world. She said about the implementation, so the gender equality accelerators, 10 number, of which she focused on 4, which are related to our women network, which is very good. The impact of climate change, peace and security, and humanitarian activities all are mentioned here and there. And the UN Women is doing its best to address the challenges. Now we hope to just start presentation as we have agreed. And later on, we'll have a plenary session to give our questions and our comments. Okay. Now I will invite the second presentation. Yeah. NBI Gender Policy and Strategy by NBI representative. Is that Dr. Nagane? Yes, please.
Morning again. I was expecting presentation from David. Oh, yes, not here. Okay. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to present to the Nile basis to present our Nile basic initiative, gender mainstreaming policy and implementation strategy. Normally, the policy and implementation strategy updated from 2020. We have the gender mainstreaming policy and the strategy that one was approved. I started implementation in 2012. So this strategy was not new one, but the update was that one. So what we did before that, why gender mainstreaming policy is required. The one is women are central to water collection already. The previous presenters during complete speech, they mentioned about this one. They are the center for water collection, household management. That means when they manage household, the water is everywhere.
it is there, and also community welfare. Yet remain under representation in the whether governance, decision making, and economic opportunities. So under representation is there because of that the policy is required. The other is gender inequality can be reduced productivity because most times they give or that is they use their time for different productive activities because of that they are behind. So reduce productivity, reinforce poverty, and weaken the effectiveness of water-related program. The other why the policy, gender mainstream policy required areas therefore seek systematic, institutional-wide, and programmatic level approach, not isolated gender activity. So consideration of gender activity in different programs and projects in the implementing through NBI in its centers required to consider. The other is policy ambition. So the policy ambition is transform NBI into gender responsive institutions promoting equity, inclusivity, and sustainability. So what does the policy strategy covers? There is institutional level and also the program or project level. For institutional level, the policy and strategy for 2012 policy strategy, you will find a website for I'll show the highlight of 2025. Not uploaded yet, that's ready for uploading. We are already in the progress of uploading, but the final version is ready. Already approved by governance. The institutional level, gender responsive policy, procedure, systems and practices within the institutional level, gender structure, structures that is focal points for gender. We have already focal points for gender with clean funding and resources. So the resource gap is there, that the focal points are in there. The capacity development, accountability, and performance system, which is also there from the institutional level. The other is gender sensitive workplace and equal opportunities for all, for male and female. The other is communication, knowledge, and learning is for the institutional level. When we go to program and project level, gender analysis from the early stage, because most times, as we know, gender part is considered, especially women inclusion is considered to be the grant. Yes, to win grant, everybody will consider. But when we start implementation, the gap is there. So from beginning to implementation is required to consider in the project and program level. The other is gender responsive design, budgeting and resource allocation for gender activities. So even to implement this strategy, the finance is required, the budget is required. So the institutions is required to allocate the budget for this and also mobilize resource for implementation of this policy and implementation strategies. The other is implementation with meaningful participation. And also takes disaggregated data, indicators, monitoring and evaluation and reporting is also considered in the policy and implementation strategy. The other is documentation of good practice and lessons. So what is a good practice and lessons? Just to show, this is the final. This is the final version of the policy and the policy and implementation strategy. So when you look at this policy and strategy, by the way, when we update this policy and strategy, we try to work or try to check all countries' policy because different countries have almost every country's policy. In the policy, some countries have specific policy or guiding document that focus on the gender activities. Some countries on their policy, water policy already gender mainstreaming is considered, we revised that one. So we revised the international gender mainstreaming policy itself for global content. From global level, we checked the continental level, for example, African Vision 2063, regarding to that one, we revised that one, and also for Nile Basin countries, and also our Nile Basin gender mainstreaming policy 2012. By using this one, we update the current policy and strategy. I don't want to go in deep about this one, already highlight what considered in the policy just to show the document. So shortly we will upload and you will find this document in an review initiative website. Let me go back to my presentation. So the policy, vision goal and guiding principle, the vision of this policy is a gender sensitive environment and the gender responsive programming for sustainable management of shared Nile water resource. The goal is create a gender sensitive work environment and institutionalize practices that foster gender equality and equity within area and transboundary water cooperation. The core principle of this policy is transparency and accountability, teamwork, professionalism, respect, integrity, and innovation. So the global principles include equality or non-discrimination, inclusivity, equity, participation, and empowerment, intersectionality, sustainability, and human rights-based approach. Where should implementation happen? Why? I'm specifying into this later. So across this policy implement across the Nile Basin secretariats, we have two subsidiary action programs, INFO and the NELSA, and two member states. And implementing partners across all end-to-end policies, strategies, programs, projects, annual plans, and budgets at the regional, national, sub-basin, and laws and compliance levels, because this is a civil society organization that is working in the ground at that level, including engagement with required countries and civil society. The other is across thematic work where gender dimensions matter, including water resource management, climate resilience, environmental watch research, dialogue, and knowledge or advocacy to implement. How to move from policy to implementation? The one is access, identify gender gaps first, then barriers, power relation and opportunities. The plan includes safe gender responsive objective indicators, activities, and budgets. Then implementation, apply inclusive participation, affirmative action, and also gender responsive procedures and measures, collect text, disaggregated data, monitor results, compliance and resource allocation. The last one is learning and adaptive documents, lessons, share good practices, then address gaps and improve programs. Why regional development network matters for implementation of this policy and strategy, serve as a regional platform. I think the title, so I'm rushing. Serve as a regional platform that connects women professionals, leaders, practitioners, and organizations around the Nile Basin gender agenda. Translate regional policy commitments into the country, sub-basin, and community level action. The other is bring human evidence, experience, and priorities into NPI dialogues. For example, shortly we have NPDF 8, so even different events will happen. Already when the NPDF 8 is launched, now online meetings, different platforms. So we have different platforms, for example, like so also dialogues, programming, and decision making. Strength, speed, learning, mentoring, leadership development, advocacy, and visibility of women in work, and act as feedback and learning channels. What is working, what is not working, and where to adapt. So the purpose collaboration between end-to-end regional Nile women network from NBI side can provide or facilitate policy orientations and implementation guidance, technical support for gender analysis, planning, budget and monitoring and evaluation, linked to NBI programs, members, state and partners, regional dialogue and advocacy and visibility, learning, evidence and opportunity for capacity building. From the network side, network can contribute country level intelligence and gender gap evidence, women professional and leaders as champions and mentors, community and stakeholder linkage, peer learning, sensitization and advocacy, and sex disaggregated evidence case studies and feedback. Expect the role for network or implementation at the ground level for these members and other members as the work sensitization and organize, explain the policy in accessible and ways and build ownership among women, men, and the communities, institutions and communities. The other is identify gaps, document barriers to women's participation, leadership, resource, information, skills, and decision making. The third one is support, action, connect the gender priorities to goals. The fourth is train women leadership with mentoring, peer support, role models and internship and recognition of women innovators. The last one is monitor and feedback, collect evidence, report progress, flag gaps, and share lessons with NBI and national actors. The last one, how do we strengthen the network? So the one is clear governance, agreed membership, leadership, focal points, roles, communication channels, and annual work plan. The other is country or sub-region notes, collect regional leadership with national gender focal points and women, professionals and community organizations. The other is skill and monitoring. So gender analysis, gender responsive budgeting, leadership negotiation, advocacy, research, and digital communication. Evidence platform maintain a simple regional repository of women expertise, initiative, case studies, tools, and sex disaggregated evidence, partnership and resource mobilization, building with member states, and their civil society organization, academia, private sector, and development partners, visibility and recognition, showcase women's contribution, innovation, and leadership across their basis. So suggested network action agenda from our side, first 6 months, confirm network, even to implement this policy through this network. So confirm network governance and Coca-Cola already you have that one, already confirm that one. Master member expertise already you have that one, maybe additional revision is required. I think at the end of today afternoon there is a discussion at that time, we will check that one or we will together. And organize and country priorities, conduct even country priorities from one country to another is different. So it's required to consider that one to conduct rapid gender gap and capacity need assessment, 3 to 5 priority action linked to their programs, develop a communication and knowledge sharing between 1 to 2 years, launch mentoring, mentorship and women leadership activities, support gender analysis and community level implementation, produce regional learning, grid and case studies, track agreed gender indicators, and provide feedback to NBN and mobilize partners, resource and institutional and annual program performance. So this is already what I said, but the commitment is what I said from 0 for the streets. So within 2 years at least we will start implementation on the ground, and we will see the fruit of this policy and strategy implementation. Thanks so much.
Thanks for very much.
Thank you, Dr. Anand. Thank you. Thank you very much. We had a very good presentation about what NBI is intending to do, what is coming for our network. So we'll proceed and discuss. I'm glad to note that the women's movement has moved from practical needs to strategic needs, and now we're at higher level. We are pressing for leadership and empowerment of women at all levels in every single country. We are moving from gender mainstreaming to gender budgeting, and now we are firmly established and pushing forward. I'm sure my brother will be very happy to know that. So now we move to our plenary discussion. You can address your question or comment directly to Dr. Prada, Women's Network Chairperson, or Andrea, UN Women Representative, or Dr. Adarach, NDI representative. The floor is open for discussion and comments. Right? If you have any question, any suggestion, speak your mind. We are saying that will be the voice of the women. Now let's hear our own voice first. Then you can speak about others. Anyone? Any question, any explanation? Yes, please. Can you help me? Please. Raise up your hand. Please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, mine is a question, and it's go directly to the NPI agenda, the representative. Yeah, I would like you to understand more on the law of NPI, especially when you say that you can provide the technical support to our network. So I would like to know what mechanisms are available for us to request and access this support from NPI direct if Tanzania will request. Then
And respond this. It's much better to believe that way. Respond immediately.
So, regarding to this policy, if you need any technical support with later with this updates, we prepare the action plan for implementation strategies action plan. So regarding to this, technically, if you want to understand and like, for example, training to understand about the policies and also our gender mainstreaming related with this one. So technically, we support by explaining that maybe if we go to, because we are organizing, we didn't get resources still to implement this policy and strategy. When we get resource through maybe the fund, maybe we can assist the member countries by directing different campus activity. For the time, regarding to understanding and exploration, we provide for countries what we have understanding that they can.
Thank you, Dr. Adarach has earlier also pointed points of collaboration, which has clearly stated, go to their website, try to contact what you said. Anybody else? Yes, it's the here.
Thank you so much, Chair. Now we wondering whether those will be allowed to speak. That's why I was trying to put my so
Just don't forget to have the majority here.
I'm trying to do that. I wanted to talk to various. One is to the UN, the doctor. She was presenting something very, very interesting. Although yes, it was standing, unfortunately, so because of the famous sort of some of these that also have now in my mind, they were not able, they need to get the leader to get that presentation. But I thought I AWS was talking of the UN women. And this one, according to what she was very here, the space for women. So now we have women represented here for about 10 countries and beyond. And for example, this one who are here, they are the women echelon at the head. But the true village woman is left outside there. They really don't get the children to come to space. So this space, how is it possible for them to access it? Because that is when it is now representing women. Because when you talk of the UN team, I come from Kenya, and sometimes we get very difficult to get to that because somebody and they may be there, but they a bit off, and then they talk people at the top there, but most people didn't. So this space, how is it possible? Even now in Uganda, and also it can also go spread this within both areas. The last one is from the NDI, my sister here. She talked very well and that most have not also get this business. And there was studying. And she talked of some areas in point number 4 and 6. Be able to get that presentation there I can learn more. And so some of where the place where the demolition is done, but through the intro. The intro I think is based in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, and then also the next one is based in Kigali, Rwanda. So I would like to know how this one now coming because in, for example, just like this document, for example, we are working also very close to the Lake Victoria Basin Commission, which is also part of this what we are talking. And most cases when we have meetings in our country where I come from, we invite them to come and then maybe give us this kind of knowledge and maybe tell us opportunities which are also there. But when they come, when they are gone, when they want back, they just want and close. But when they come, we feel they us we can also use. So I don't know how the here you're coming from NB card. How is it possible this data where we're talking about information, you can also now enjoy all of us only this. Thank you.
Andrea first. You in women, and then we come to India. Please take your questions brief so that we can have time for more questions.
Thank you for your question. And I think we at Women we work quite a lot with grassroots organizations. It's actually one of our core mandates that we work with women-led and women's rights and community-based organizations from the grassroots. And we usually have like a holistic approach that we support them both in institutional strengthening, capacity strengthening, and providing like small grants to them as well. But when it comes to decision making, so for example, I can give you examples in the refugee context. Your woman has worked in Uganda in refugee settlements for like I think 8 to 10 years. And one of the refugee welfare communities started at almost 0% women, maybe 5% women, and now most of the settlements get 40 to 50% of women leadership in those communities because we provide them with ongoing like support and leadership training and all of that, and done a lot of advocacy. So that's kind of how we work across the 9 areas. So we really try to bring them on board, and we also have like a women-led organizations network in Uganda and other countries, and something called a Women's Advisory Board. It's more for the humanitarian context. Where we're trying to link the women's advisory board to more high-level humanitarian decision making. For example, the UN country team. Now we're also trying to link them with government relationships. That's currently ongoing conversation. So yeah, I really appreciate it. I think that's really important that we have a more bottom-up approach, and that we're also very intentional and not just say women organizations already have to build platforms and making all the time the same names, so to speak. So we try to be more intentional about that. So
Thank you, Andrea. I just want to add that we, the networks working with community, we have personal experience with grassroots community, so we are connected down there. I'll give it to Dr. Adachi, please.
Okay, thank you for the question. So just a quick clarification, intro in the next subject we have the policy strategy. This policy implementation strategy works for all because there are some direction of programs of the Nile initiative. So the other is our entity, member country to take this through water for each 10 countries. So when we start the implementation of this policy implementation for us, our entities for each country is for the initiative, Ministry of Water. So through the implementation of schools, even I mentioned implementing partners, and also the implementing partners. If you go to when you find or when you see this document, the policy document, APD, what is the responsibility of APD? It is there in the policy. in the documents we consider, implementing agencies also considered. So, you have right when, let's for it, so when they come and talk about the regulator with this one, you have right to raise points because they are also implementers, that we are using the same policy frequent, together we are here together as API because our API is umbrella, so as there is initiative, this policy is work for all of us. So, so through this, we will implement together. Like first of all,
I'll give one chance to our mentor.
Okay, I pick up the appointed the no champion. Now, mine goes to the UN woman. Yeah, you know, when we are in such workshops and meetings here, at times we come to learn. And when I was moving to Madame, I've forgotten the name, and all those who are talking, I see the UN woman was talking about equality. I give a tick. But when is the UN moving from equality to quality? To me, when I'm learning here in class, the perspective of the grassroots woman, when you talk about the equality, is that you are telling this woman, come here, there is a man here, you come and stand here and you become equal. That is the perspective and the understanding of that village woman. Now, quality is an empowerment to this woman. This woman, once she's empowered, she moves herself and she's not looking for equality, she is looking for sustainability of her well-being and support to others. This equality has created an entitlement. I'm a father of girls, I have girls only. I don't tell them that you are going to be equal with a man. I'm telling this, you have to work hard, improve your quality of livelihood, quality of sustainability. So my question is you thinking about quality of a woman, not the quality of a woman? Thank you.
Perhaps both at the same time. We cannot wait for our freedom anymore. We need it now. And we need equality as well as freedom right now. Thank you very much. It's a very good point. And yes, I'm going to.
Yes, I think we're maybe talking the same language, but maybe just using different words, I think. So yeah, I think your woman works a lot on transforming gender roles and gender norms as well. I think that's really key. Maybe it's the very good equal livelihood, the explosive economic empowerment, political empowerment, we need to change that because that's right, we need to change the structural inequalities and the gender norms. If we can tell you we work very realistically on all of those. We cannot just provide a training for women without changing the environment she's working in, right? And there's people that have maybe more conservative thinking. So I hope that answers your question, but I think we're just using different words and having the same understanding. And I just wanted to add one more thing because unfortunately you broke it out of the meeting after this. So because I know there's representatives from all the 10 countries, and I really encourage you to reach out to the country office of your woman in your respective country, because I think there's a lot of synergy and a lot of potential for collaboration. So just when you're maybe back from this workshop, I think you can reach out to me, and I think you've got my contact going will help you connect to the country office after this.
Thank you, Andrea. Thank you very much. I'm sure we asked this is a very interesting topic. We have so many questions and answers and we continue to converse as we go along during lunch and breaks. So in the interest of time, now I will move to the next presentation on linking local, regional, and global voices for policy influencing by women in water diplomacy, representative of women in water diplomacy. Thank you.
Are you not done anyone that? Is this ceremony regarding that as I was told you that was approached by Fabiana from Tanzania, and the member of the Nile, I'm the member of the Women Water Diplomacy Network. But presenting on the topic of the linking local, regional, and global voice for voicing. Actually, when you are introducing yourself, I came to realize that if women truly know how they're linking the local voices to regional and global voices. So I don't want to go in details of it, but I just want to share with you how we started our women in water diplomacy, which is almost now more than 73 countries. We have members in those countries. So I want just to share with you how we started and where we are now, so that our video Nile water women to also take the part. And actually, these women in water development. Actually, it started in the Nile. So wherever we go, we always say that the starting point of this women in water diplomas was from the Nile region. So I'm really happy today to be here because I want to also be part of your network and make sure that you go up where the women in water diplomas network is now. Actually, in 2015, there was a project in the United countries which were funded by SIDA. The project was doing capacity building and training to women from water sector and also from the mix of foreign affairs. So we were always having meetings twice or times in a year or once in a year where we were meeting in different countries. And what we were doing was sharing experience, how we work in our countries, what were the challenges that we are facing, how we were involving in conflict management, how we were involving in decision making concerning transboundary waters. So we actually formed a very good network. So in 2017, the project ended. Then the group of women were about 20, 30 women. Then we decided how are we going to start meeting now, because the project ended. We were sharing a lot of things within those 10 countries. And if the project is ending, that means now we won't have time to share everything. Then from that moment, we said, no, let us do something. Even if the project ended, let us conduct a network. So we selected some few members, and then we said, now these few members must now to start preparing how we're going to be meeting, preparing the strategy, and seeing how can we get some funds from other members and continue meeting together. So in 2022, as you can see in this presentation, in this picture, those are the women we met in Stockholm, Sweden. That's where we get a time to present our strategy. And we even had a statement to the World Water Week that we are given in Nile countries, and we are focusing on water diplomacy. And also we got another network was formed in 2021 for Central ASEAN Afghanistan, and also for North America was formed in 2023, and also for South Caucasus was formed in 2024, and also from South Africa was formed in 2024. Actually, for these other networks, the members were from most of them were from the civil societies and also from the engineers. Yeah. So from there, we were continuing implementing our strategy, and our strategy has 4 pillars. You know, gender and youth empowerment. We also have peer-to-peer learning group. We have research and cooperation. We have collective engagement, and we have process support. And all these pillars have been written. All these pillars have leaders from the network who are leading those pillars. And actually, most of the work that we are doing here, we are doing on without being paid. It's a voluntary work, and we from up to now we have this is our global leader council. You can see we are members from different countries, from Nile, from Central Africa, from South Africa, and we also have the champions. In our nation, we also have men who are champions. So I think even in the region line in our women network, we need have men champions. We cannot wait alone. We need men who can be representing us, who can work with us. How to join our network. What we are doing is any female or male champion can join, but how can you be able to join? You need to participate in our meetings, visual, and at least one such a meeting. And also these are the members that I was saying. So it's all over the 73 countries. All are the members of the network. We have a WhatsApp group where members share if there is a meeting somewhere, if there is an opportunity of job, and we also have we also linked. So not only sharing about water and diplomacy, we are also sharing about the opportunity for women. Because we know if there's a woman somewhere, if there's something like fund or ticket, communicate with us. So we are not only talking about water diplomacy only. We are trying to focus even outside so that we manage to get we are managing our voices to get on to go more globally. These are the partners that we've been working with, and we are really thanking them because most of them have helped us to reach where we are now. These are some of the activities since 2017. We managed to have in-person training knowledge exchange workshop, which are in total 32. We also managed to have our online training knowledge exchange workshop, 45 in number. And also managed to have reports, articles, and communications, 15 copies, 15 different reports and articles and communication. We also managed to have a collective engagement in regional and global water policy events and membership meetups 21. And also we have managed to have strategic development milestone in 9 numbers. So as you can see, that was from from year 2017 to 2025. Some of the engagements that we have achieved this year, we participated on the World Water Day webinar. So most of these online meetings, we are making sure that we participate. So one of the criteria for me to be a member, you have to make sure that you get time to participate in these online meetings. And also, we managed to have our own Women Water Diplomacy Network official in the UN Water Day, which happened in March 19, March 2026 in New York. Some of our members managed to attend and give the voice that there is a Women Water Diplomacy Network which is dealing with this and that, and we also presented our strategy. Also, we have we participated in the water, women and security, conflict and end of promises stress, the meeting of online on May 26th. We also participated on the Syria on the World Water Day, Regional Central Asia meeting. It was also in March, and we also had the lunch meetup on Istanbul. Some of the members participated there. I also participated on the Central Asia Seminar, which was the UN Water Conference focusing on water for people. This was May, it was online. I also managed to participate on the Shadow Forum. Some of our members, that you can see the picture, attended the meeting. And also we had the former leader from the town. That was the side event of the 4th Environmental Peacekeeping Conference in June. And also we participated on June 10 on the Global Water Backlog, which was on living beyond our hydrological means, the post-crisis era. And we also participated on the New York meeting, that was in July. So most of our members are participated there. And now we are expecting some few members to participate in the coming stock meeting. And actually, the big focus for us now, we are focusing on participating on the coming, and I think everyone knows that there's a UN Water Conference coming in Dubai this year. So we participated in the preparation, the data which was in Dhaka, Senegal, and now we are on the final preparation that to make sure that we participate in the UN Water Conference. In fact, we are going to have our own meeting prior to the UN Water Conference in Dubai. So this is the registration for those who can be in a position to participate. Though we have a very limited number on in-person participation, but we also be having a concurrent participation. The network is really focusing on building trust across borders, where women water leaders are building boundary crossing relationships that strengthen trust, dialogue, and practical cooperation between countries and institutions. We are also driving innovation that we are enabling network new ideas and solutions created by connecting diverse expertise, experience, and perspective in water governance. We are also linking informal networks so that we help translate experience, evidence, and community priorities in the business process and global water governance. We are also we want also to progress required targets resource accountability and sustain support to women and representative voice move for participation into leaders. We want also looking on the sustaining support for inclusive process that a long-term investment is needed to support informal dialogue space and also ensure meaningful participation of civil society, women, youth, and junior leaders. Our task is to build alliance, organize clear collective priorities, resisting backsliding, and carrying our moment forward. We need to go forward and see that all our efforts are moving more and we are more recognized in these big global initiatives. And actually, our network is not only for only we have women who are elders like me, and we are also having the youth. So we are trying to make sure that there's youth who are taking our places, because you might be all of all ages, and then at the end of the day, you are and the project might not continue. So we are having youth that we are promoting, and also adding ourselves. Actually, to make the network to be more effective in each time, sometimes it's difficult getting far. So what I can advise is let us try also to use our own times to make sure that we progress more. And also let us try as much as we can to participate in those regional meetings, different meetings. Most of the meetings nowadays they are online, so it's easy to take your time and participate. This is my small presentation. I'm very happy. Actually, our network also have a theme, which have a symbol, which is our identity. And exactly when I was coming here, you can see that small picture, that small pin there. That small pin is the pin that representing the woman in water diplomacy network. Unfortunately, when I was coming here, I was coming from once I was in on leave there, so I didn't manage to come with the pins. So maybe next time I'll bring the pins to you. So I'm also advising if the Indian Nile women network, we can find something which will be representing us. Wherever you go, they know, okay, this is the women from the Indian Nile network. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Representative of women in water diplomacy. So I forgot to say something. There's other members here. Maybe they can raise up. The women in water diplomacy members in this room. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Thank you very much. I think you have noticed the way we moved so far. First, we focused on organizations that work with grassroots women, then organizations, civil society. Now we came to the highest level, diplomacy. They focus on the educated leaders, women who are fighting for the cause. So we like that the approach that we are going at every level, from grassroots up to infrastructure. So we appreciate the struggle at every front, which to further our cause, women's equality and empowerment. Now, in the interest of time, I would like to invite you all to participate in the preliminary discussion. Make your questions, comments, short and precise, so that we have many voices here. Right? Anyone? Yes, please. Are you raising your hand? Yes, please. Can you repeat? Please. Comments, questions, anything. All right, thank you so much. My name is Diana Nanano. Professionally, I'm a irrigation engineer. And I think like 4 years back, I was part of the Women in Water advocacy platform. I think I was around place to say that in Uganda, I felt to locate that people I could move with. And I instead found myself in a membership, being a member of some international thing. And I wasn't helped. Like my expertise and advocacy that I really wanted to pass on was not felt on ground in Uganda. So I just found myself always in meetings, always in webinars, and some discussions were so not appropriate for my country. That is how I felt. Like it was always about other countries, and I would not really relate with my impact was not built. Like I wasn't really involved, like my capacity was not built. So my question was it goes to you. And I'm wondering how the strategy of leadership in the country, especially for youth, is being handled in the women in water advocacy and diplomacy. Thank you. You may respond.
Thank you very much. Actually, in our network, what we do for the youth, we are collecting them for employments and building more capacities on them. For the case of our Nile now, we are not yet done anything, but in the Zambes, at least the Zambes Zambes Basin office secretariat, they've taken some few youth and they are working with them there. So maybe what I think in the case of your own field network, because that for the nine, we were the members there, but we don't have any other members. So maybe now from this regional network we can find the members and we can start now having our own meetings, discussing our own agendas and improve more on youth. Thank you. I just want to say that while working for women's empowerment and freedom, we should not only focus on what creates us. We can focus on what can build our knowledge, what can build the information we have. It may not be relevant for your specific country, but if it is relevant for women globally, the issue is universal. So let us look at it that way. And if we want, we can find a way. Go to the Google search their website, to other people, talk to women whose experience, or the women like me. We can talk to anyone who has experience, and that's how we do both happen. Not in direct channels every now and then. Okay, another person, please. Yes. Yeah, thank you so much. I think my question builds onto what you just mentioned, but mine is very specific to how do you practically join? Because I feel like it's still a bit more general. Is there a platform you express interest? Are you linked to some sort of social group? Like if we live here, of course now I have the opportunity that you're in the room, so I can approach you. But there are very many women out there that have quite a lot that they can contribute to the network. Is there some sort of information that we as those who have known the information can champion and mobilize more? Because when I hear from my sister, it seems like within countries, sometimes it's difficult to mobilize within so that you're a collective mass, because we need that collective mass of women. And she's asking how accessible you are. How accessible and how practical you are. Actual journey is voluntary, and what we always do is like when we participate in meeting where we meet women, we introduce our network and we tell them what are we doing. So if the person is interested, we join her on the WhatsApp group where you can find a lot of information, the coming meetings, and then from there, if she's more interested, she can start participating in those meetings. So we like taking roll calls or pictures or something that Tumaini has attended like several meetings, so she means that she's more interested in joining. We also have a link where when you go there, you can find everything. We always are sending information and our upcoming events. We also have our Instagram store. We are trying wherever we find opportunity of meeting women and youth who are women to join our meeting. We also even find some interesting men champions. We also talk to them, invite them if they can be willing to join us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Well, if I have to express my opinion, come with something important from the community. Get the story from the women themselves. And then you would be strong enough to join any one of them, and they will need you, they'll search for you. So our backbone are the women, the community women, of which they are the most. Thank you very much.
Mine is good question because I'm the part of the narrator. Just to add some. Germany, as she present, when it established in 2017, this method. The women in water diplomacy in the Nile and beyond, the name was that. It was even established here in Entebbe, Uganda. The first meeting was here in Entebbe, Uganda. The second was in Ethiopia, 2018. The third was in Kenya. Then COVID during COVID time online. Then we meet in 2022 in Stockholm. Then it's expanding to the global. Now, practically, I got practical training from this method. I was a graduate of Prime Minister's staff negotiation team for 4 years. Practically, I used that experience of capacity building training, that I got from this method. So now, when it's expanded into the globally, the reality, the Nile Fund is weakness. So it's required to, because to my needs, on behalf of us in the council members, so my and Georgie, some members are in the part of the council. So it's required to support the Nile Fund also to become strong. If you see now, from Asia, from Latin America, they're very strong. They are moving behind us, and so they are moving very fast. For us, we are moving behind. So it's required to work very hardly, supporting each other. In the first time, the entry point was the government, by the way. At that time, I was leader, so the communication was directly appointed to the ministry or the Ministry of Water or Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Now the network is globally expanded, so it requires us to maintain continuously attend different events, experience sharing, training different events, because the network is tracking all participations. So, and also there is a criteria. They check that criteria to become the part of that network. So it's required to follow LinkedIn. There is LinkedIn, Women in the Diplomacy. So join that one, like, share, then also participate different events to posting there. Especially for us, it's required to strengthen our practice, the land practice. It's required to work on that in the resource mobilization. The others they are doing good. So from our side, it's required to support our the member of the council to become more strong and able to share and also to benefit from the digital. That is just to add this year's statement. Thank you so much. We are on time. I don't want to tire the board. The session is closed. Thank you for your active participation. And I will finish. Coming back, Chair. Time? We have only 5 minutes. No. The time coming back in just 1 hour for lunch. Okay. Please announce the motion. 1 hour. Come back after 1 hour. We have lunch here. So we need to in 1 hour. We have time to converse and to ask questions and address issues as we go along here. Thank you very much.
Yeah. I have some, delighted to share with you what we have realized, what we have gotten in participation and leadership in the water stock government and community education. About the issue for women is a forum. In Burundi, the Nile Basin woman is a forum strength, the woman is the voice listening to water and the connected nations. Training and awareness capacity building on environmental protection and implementing adaptation. Women's leadership, about the women's leadership, active involvement in dialogue, and the community protection. Dialogue stage extend platform to express concerns and propose okay solutions. About the strategy of the district, integration of gender, especially in the public policies. We have also majority achievements of participation. About the capacity building, our target is trying for women to master sustainable water management and understand their role in climate resilience. About the creation of exchange from workers to anti-traffic committee, curiosity and the Nile Basin initiatives. About the partnership, the condition of women not merely as beneficiaries of water, but as key leaders and partner in sustainable development. Your course about the opportunities, equality and the rights, promotion of global pressures, enormous access to land, ownership, and the understanding of the domestic relationship care services. Also, economic inclusion, facilitation of access to credit support for families, entrepreneurship, and the development of and community activities. About training, structuring of technical training, the listening of the digital and the promotion of challenges include about gender sensitive practices, active or for the push-up of the net. For impacting women and info female change adaptation strategies is the social to strengthen the resilience of the community in the process. Strengthening partnership with the civil society and the women organizations teaches their influence and issues more equitable and emphasis on governance. About the protection and opposition, the government on October 6, 2022, meeting and there was a window. It's again the following workshop with the training towards happening to gender. I can add also that our network work under the umbrella of NBD, also MDS, because As member, we have the society employees, community associations, water and agreement, especially young leaders and the public institution representatives. About the National Coordinating Committee, the National Committee was elected to structures and the legal network in state here, and they would have the committee which has the chairperson who can pass the time. Also, we have the vice chairperson. Here, I have opportunity to mention someone here, which was also the issue which is with vice chairperson. The Miss Mamet now she's become Madam in other organization. Secretary has been. And now we have the action of network, water management in the leadership. We have some capacity building in female leadership in executive water across the government. About implementing resilience, one resourcing and chance of mitigating climate approach and conflict prevention, active participation of women in scientific researches of preventing water related conflicts. Policy vision is increase awareness of cross-cutting influence between water, health, environment, and sustainable development. Our priorities are consolidate internal governance and expand the network coverage to living, zero, and cross-border community. For the youth, intensity training programs for young women, leaders, and support innovative creative initiatives. We are negotiating about to mobilize the financial structures and establish strategic partnerships with the regional and national institutions. Thank you.
So now we're very sorry that we're missing the chairperson of DRC with us, but I thought that she was going to present online, but maybe we will contact her later. So and please allow me for Egypt. I have a short video for you, maybe at the end of the session, please. So now we have a presentation from Ethiopia. Yes.
This is a picture during our training. We took this picture. My presentation will cover these sessions. I will have introduction, channeling execution, results obtained, challenge and takeaways, and planned activities. Ethiopian National Nile Network was established in October with the aim of assisting communities in addressing water-related challenges, empowering women, enhancing their self-esteem, and fostering their roles as decision makers, raising awareness among women about gender and water issues in rural areas. In addition to that, Ethiopian National Women Network is committed to taking action to reduce vulnerabilities that contribute to gender disparities within the water sector. In general, the network consists of 13 female members who represent both civil society organizations and government offices. It operates under the guidance of Ethiopian Language Discourse and by 7 members of student committee. Among these, the 3 individuals hold leadership roles as a chairperson, vice chairperson, and secretary. As a way of channeling, almost all of the members are volunteers, so we are using different social medias to share and to communicate with each other. In addition to that, we organize a meeting, 1 to months interval, but sometimes we will make it into months because most of us in the colleges, if you have more engagements, we will schedule another day. In addition to that, we organize in-person meetings in or research project. They are very supporting us. Executions, we try to do from establishment now, national strategy and action plan, developed and submitted to the secretariat, and training provided on climate resilience, social entrepreneurship, skill development, which is organized by the secretariat, and all the members are capacitated well. Training provided on sustainable agricultural practices, which is together provided with this entrepreneurship skill. Exchange also mechanism for networks. In Ethiopia, there are networks with working with land and water, so we try to exchange our experiences together with them. And in addition to that, we also plan to have to continue working with them as we are in progress. Concepts also developed just to get studies and resources. Detailed practical training, the practical oriented training on proposal development, it's given recently for the members. Results obtained, training was extended to the classroom community. As we know, we have all the members of the network is representing different local individuals. So they were all the trained members replicating this training to the classroom communities. By this, the community awareness becomes increased. The number of women entrepreneurs in small business has risen because all the members in their project implementation area cascaded the entrepreneurship skill. That's why the women that engage in small businesses increased. We could also improve relationship with between among women networks, which is needed by the women. Our challenge is the project communication. As you remember, Madam Chair also explained, still we don't have project, but we try to minimize this problem as much as we can. As an opportunity, in Ethiopia, the legal framework of the country supports more that women has equal right to men in all aspects, including their rights in various aspects. So yeah, I'm very lucky, and I have also strong support and guidance from the marriage discourse for me. Lastly, we also have very active and committed network members, so this is an opportunity to strengthen our network. As a key takeaways from the previous years, we took cultivating significant relationships through the consistent communication and collaboration is very essential to strengthen our network. Engaging in network events and workshop present valuable opportunity to get to connect with new individuals and exchange resources. This is also our takeaways. Diligently pursuing funding is crucial. So still budget is our challenge. So utilizing social media and various platforms to connect to this funding organization and participate in pertinent discussion can enhance our outreach. Lastly, providing a support and assisting to others within the network foster trust and promotes reciprocal relationships, thereby reinforcing overall network. Before I finalize my presentation, I just want to review example. This is our planned activities. So we just began to organize capacity building program for women on entrepreneurship skill, income generating activities, in climate resilience, ecological activities, organizing sensitization or awareness raising trainings, creating network and partnership with other networks, finding resources, organizing workshops, and preparing brochures and success stories so that we can share our achievements with our success stories for other competitors. So this part of my presentation. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you so much for all the efforts that have been done. So now I invite Kenya, please.
This is a presentation from Kenya, being presented by Jason Langley. That is the background in the case. Kenya individual and Kenya on cooperating through the Kenyan Industry Forum, that is KNPF, is an advocacy group designed to ensure grassroots women's voice are heard included in the 90% development policies. It promotes gender equality in water management, sustainability, livelihood, and climate resilience in less Victoria Basin.
KNWN, covering at least 14 counties, including Kisumu, where you could see them read and from there. And although the challenges we faced and are experienced at a different level of intensities in different countries, the network is able to set top-down averages, ensuring women are recognized not just as water collectors, but as a key skilled professional managers and water resources success. Workshops conducted on climate change has built women capacity on water. About 55% women can now access clean water in the country, which has achieved through both catching the capital heads there, catchment, boreholes, and tap water. Most women are involved in decision making at the county level and holding different positions, both in government, both in NGO and government. Capacity building and skills, enhancement for women in water, providing practical trainings in leadership, advocacy, technical aspects of water management, and entrepreneurship. Communication and stability for the network, enhancing how the network shares its work and success in the wider audience. And on the same, visited some flooded areas. Women managed to visit 3 flooded areas and donated the following items. One of them is clothes, shoes, kitchen equipment, and food stuff is supposed to be given there for them. Displaced people. I have it here, the pictures where you can see them, but unfortunately, they don't fit in time. Challenges. One, women still have problems in land ownership and other properties, and lack of proper governance in the family and society. The civil society organization need to do more to improve women's role and participation in the water sector through enhanced civil education. Existence of barrier of women's participation and leadership in brackets not allowed to fully participate in leadership sector. Many policies relating to women in water have not been fine-tuned to ensure standards are advocated, accepted, fully implemented, and enforced. Allocation of inadequate resources to programs enhancing gender mainstream, limited resources based allocation, and women's-based activities, opportunities. Women have received proper trainings on leadership, gender issues, climate change, and indigenous, entrepreneurship, and cultural writing. That is just an additional something. That is an additional testimony. Just like we have put it somewhere there. Introducing women coverage. Kenya Nile Women Network was launched on December 22. And it comprises of CSOs, CBOs, central groups, faith-based organizations, stakeholders, and even government. They bring over 50 women together. To bring the 50 women together. Kenyan women comprises of women living within the Nile region. Key achievements. Kenyan network and what they have achieved. Kenyan women network by having their own leadership officials identified for over 14 countries through transparent elections. Women are able to have their own relevant projects in all the focal points to practice knowledge and skills they had learned from different trainings they had attended. Main challenge. Women need to register under the Government Act as women networks to operate their activities separately from the general registered KNDS. What we meant by saying that, you remember when we were told to write the petitions, a lot of things were required. And if we could have the women registered, then things would have worked so well. And that's why we only brought one back. We should not let succeed, or something where you want support. Women should open their accounts to ease their operations and control their own finances. Also, where they can give yearly returns to KRA and should be audited. Future priorities and plans. Exchange visits within the counties, focal points, that's focal points, in the projects initiated by the women. Network with the neighbors countries. We have them clusters where we can negotiate and be visiting them to know and to strengthen women's collaboration and experiences in other countries. Projects implementation to promote equal leadership and economic opportunities for women and men should be a priority in the Nile Basin. Deepen understanding on strategic role of women entrepreneurship in upscaling inclusive climate resilience development agenda. Conclusion. Every drop counts. Our forefathers saw water in rivers. Our fathers saw water in wells. And we are seeing water in bottles, which are written now in front of you. Our children will see water in bottles, and grandchildren will see water in tears. Women see walking in villages, homes, everywhere within the society and beyond. Take care of water. Percentage community, thanks a lot. That is Jennifer and Chair. Take care of us. Okay. So now at Rwanda. Rwanda.
Thank you very much. My name is Rose. I'm Vice Chair of National Women Network of Rwanda. We're going to share with you what we have done and what we are currently done and what we are proposing to do. So our network was started in October 7th in 2022 and now is composed by subscribed female members. Our network is working with different CS workers, community association, contact experts, young leaders, public institutions, journalism. Means our network is composed by different people working in different areas. Our national committee is composed by chair, vice chair, and secretary. And our network have the purpose of strengthening women's voice, leadership, and meaningful participation in water and climate governance in Rwanda and within the Nile Basin. Then our focus was the water resources governance, environmental conservation, climate change and resilience, women's leadership, networking and partnership advocacy, and policy engagement, capacity building established. So our national Nile Women Network was working actively with the NDDF and also with the government, where every year we organize a conference. From 2024, we got a conference with the help of different NGOs in Rwanda, like the one called Kevina, and the GIZ. So remember on that conference in 2024 was changed on the climate resilience, adaptation, and the natural-based solution and social entrepreneurship. Means the conference in 2024 was done, 2025 was done, and we had another conference in October this year. So our network was working closely with the government, especially for the Ministry of Environment and the Rwanda Water Board, where we had research about Nile River protection. The research have a title of evaluation of spatial distribution of soil loss using reversal soil loss patient models for Upper Nile. That Upper Nile catchment is located in northwest of Rwanda. So the research up to now, which will be shared in the conference in October this year, already we identified the area with high soil loss in the Upper Nile catchment, and those who are findings demonstrate the urgent need for soil and water conservation and protection of Nile River, where we started by training different women and young people on how they can mix agroforest in that area which have high soil loss. The tree, how they can mix crops and tree so that they can prevent the soil loss and water quality of Nile as the one which had contribution to our Nile River. So, based on research findings, our networks involved in the effort to protect and conserve Nile River and its catchment. As I said, we try to work with different young people and women around the Nile River. Then the network contributes to community awareness, advocacy, stakeholder engagement, and promotion of sustainable management practice. So, as our network is not easy to work
all those without different partners. We have different partners in the government institution, in civil societies, in women organizations, and in research and academic institutions like University of Rwanda and local communities as the regional investment network is the part of it. So there are other achievements. We have strengthening women voice in water governance. Then we create platform through which women can engage in water-related policy and government discussions, where we have a different group WhatsApp, we have a different area where we meet with the women and young and we discuss with them about the problem and how we can resolve those problems. Then linking women with Nile Basin will process strengthening network and the collaboration among women working on Nile Basin water issues. And also have environmental and watershed protection, supported with women engagement in environmental conservation and watershed management activities. So here is the second conference we did in 2025, where that conference we had about 100 people. Among them, 18 was women and young, and 10 others was mixed with men. So then for future priorities, the challenges we got is no specific budget for network, for retreats convening the exchange, learning, meetings, and research. So we need for stronger technical capacity among grassroots women. The third, it is limited opportunities for women to participate consistently in high-level technical and policy forums. The fourth one is need for stronger documentation and visibility of women's contributions. The last one is the need to strengthen links between grassroots women, national institutions, and regional business processes. The key challenges we faced, which is more difficult, is limited knowledge of environmental and climate change issues. The second is unpaid care work, limits women's like time and opportunities to participate. The third one is stereotypes and harmful social norms, restrict women's leadership and decision-making roles. We have, after getting that problem, we tried to get the strategies. The first, we tried to educate and sensitize more women, and through women's groups, in the cooperative, in the community level platforms, and in different areas. Then to advocate for inclusion of women and young in all environment, climate, and water management committees. The last was to promote women as water stewards, green entrepreneurs, and climate resilient grassroots leaders. Future priorities. In the future, we need a stronger women's leadership. And then we need a capacity development, evidence-based advocacy, women-led climate and the water solution, and we have the women to become the next generation of water and climate leaders. So we have a slogan where we say empowering the women, inspiring change. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That is all for your presentation. So, South Sudan, And for South Sudan to come to present. Okay, so yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Shamila Abdallah. I'm the chairperson of the National Nile Network in South Sudan. Maybe I can say this is our logo, not the logo like business. Don't get confused. Yeah, we've been given a key areas of presentation for one, which is certainly the introduction. Is a regional women focused network established under the Nile Basin Discourse Forum, South Sudan, to strengthen women participation and leadership in Nile water governance, environmental management, climate action, policy processes. The network brings together women-led civil societies, women associations, community organizations, and academic institutions, with a vision where women are empowered and actively lead in sustainable Nile water governance, climate action, environment protection, and community development, with mission to strengthen women's leadership participation and influence in Nile water governance through capacity building, advocacy, research, networking, inclusive policy engagement for sustainable and climate resilient communities. Membership. The membership of National Nile Women Network South Sudan is open to women-led organizations, institutions, and individuals committed to advance women participation and leadership in Nile water governance, climate action, and environmental protection. This is how our structure looks like: the executive leadership, the executive chairperson, the deputy secretary, and treasurer. Then we have a secretariat, which is the Nile discourse, the board member who is our advisor, and one member elected from the other membership. Then we have a strategic advisor and support, the planning, coordination, and stakeholders engagement. The achievement, women leadership, we achieve a leadership opportunities for women to take leadership role in water governance, environment protection, and climate action, which is something that has been new, but this one is bringing in women to participate. Policy influence, increase women participation in national regional policy dialogue on national water resources and water governance. Capacity building, provide training, mentorship, knowledge exchange on water management, climate resilience, advocacy, and leadership. Networking and partnership, building partnership with government institutions, civil society, development partners, research institutions, and non-business stakeholders. Regional engagement positions South Sudanese women to contribute to white Nile Basin dialogues, initiate on sustainable and adequate water resource management. Resource mobilization attract grants, technical support, and strategic partnership to strengthen women-led initiative in water governance and climate resilience. The challenges. The climate finance inclusion. We have to agree that all the decisions, the higher positions are being owned by men compared to the number of women. We have a limit space to engage, and even if we have, it's always not measurable. We have issue of land tenure, and I've seen in most of the presentation, all over women has issue of land ownership. Customary law that restricted the women's ownership of land, undermining their role in water resources management and climate adaptation. Conflict and displacement. South Sudan is a fragile country, as you know, at the moment since, I don't know, decades, we've been having an issue of conflict, displacement, women are moving from one location to the other, armed conflict, cattle raiders, the issue of cattle raiders and climate-induced displacement, disproportionately affect women, weakening their ability to engage in governance. Limited funding restricts women-led organization ability to implement and scale community-based water, climate, and environment initiatives. The increased women participation in water governance. Women organizations are advocating for gender-responsive policy on water, climate resilience, and natural resource management. This information can be gotten in UN Women Africa. Recognition by the regional institution, the 9% has increasingly established women networks as recognized women and youth as key stakeholders in water governance. Formation of women network has been established. That's why they're here today. Future opportunity. South Sudan has major opportunities to influence water governance, drive climate resilience, and empower grassroots women across the world's youngest nation. The network reaches local community realities to transboundary resource management through water governance and policy, which shaping decision participate directly in national and regional water dialogue and decision-making processes regarding the Nile. Policy integration ensure women's voices are heard in translating international and regional water commitment into local actions. Hybrid diplomacy, access specialized regional training, to position female leaders as active negotiators in transboundary resource management. In climate resilience and adaptation, championing the action, lead community-level climate change adaptation and resilience training programs, ecosystem protection, advocate for sustainable management of sensitive ecological zone like the waterland, and I think this is only possible in South Sudan, so this is one of the major opportunity areas that we've seen. Mitigating disasters, help coordinate local funds preparedness, and early warning response for vulnerable households. Through these socioeconomic, this one can help us to provide grassroots socioeconomic empowerment and peace building, livelihood support, unlock economic opportunities connected to clean water access, sustainable agriculture, and micro projects. Peace and social cohesion, partners with bodies like UN Women and UNESCO to drive local peace building initiatives and intercommunal dialogue. It's good UN Women enjoy the money. Capacity building provide grassroots members with peer support, literacy, and leadership training. Shukran. So now we hear from Sudan. Hello. Good afternoon. My name is Nadia Salah. I'm chair of Sudan National Sport Forum, and here we have Dr. Somalia Sayed. She is the Sudan Women Network Chair. We in Sudan started our network by 12 women organization, district women organization, and in 2022. Our presentation about success, challenges, opportunities, strengthening the regional Nile Women Network in Sudan. Okay. The purpose of presentation, take stock of women contribution and achievement in water and climate action, identify structural, institutional, related, and social barriers, meaningful participation, highlighted the practical opportunities for women leadership, evidence, finance, and policy, translate this into priorities for strong regional women network. Why women participation methods? Is it our presentation? Yes. I have another one in my laptop and connected to it.
Am I sharing? What is the problem?
Yes, Victoria, I think we need just on this presentation.
I can share it if it is possible.
Yes,
of Sudan facing conflict since 2023, and women in Sudan facing conflict, displacement, economic difficulties, and at the same time, Sudanese communities continue to demonstrate resilient local knowledge and commitment to rebuilding their lives. Women, young people, health workers, community organization, university, and local institutes all have important role to play. As the presentation looks at the question, where is Sudan today? Where should Sudan be 5 years from now? The journey towards 2031, we're moving from responding to immediate need to recovery, strengthening system, and creating sustainable development. Water security, health, climate resilience, sustainable livelihood, environmental protection, and women participation must be central to this process. Women should not only be consulted about decisions that affect their lives, they should have meaningful role in making those decisions. Next slide. Also, why women participation for water, for climate, for knowledge, for governance, women are not only beneficiaries of water and climate policy, but are knowledge holders, innovators, negotiators, and leaders. The Sudan water climate gender, it is not, it is that from climate, pressure, water insecurity, livelihood, and health impact, the greater responsibilities, need for voice and power. Who experience the impact? Who the information? Who has the information? And who has the power to decide? Sudan water and climate change challenges. Climate extreme like flood, drought, rainfall, water security, access, reliability, and quality of water, displacement, conflict, and displacement of people, livelihood, agriculture, livestock, and household economics are highly sensitive to water and climate shock. How water and climate insecurity affects women in Sudan. Water access, time, safety, and reliability, food and livelihood, production, income, and household security, health and wash, care, work. But vulnerability should not define the whole story. The same women who carry responsibilities can also bring solution, local knowledge, and leadership. Women as water manager and potential policy leaders move beyond the water user narrative. They are household water manager, farmer, food producer, community organizer, health and wash promoter, environmental resource policy, and peace advocate. Leadership begin when practical knowledge is connected to institutional voice and decision-making power.
success what is already working. Build existing women knowledge community action professional expertise and emerging regional network. Where have Sudan women made progress? Community action, women groups and local initiatives respond to practical water, health and resilience needs, livelihood. Women contribute to agriculture, food production, household economic and local adaptation, wash and clothes. Women contribute to knowledge and action around household and community health and wash. Advocacy, women professionals and civil society actors increasingly engage in evidence dialogue and policy discussion. From community knowledge to leadership, a pathway for training experience into one, local knowledge, community action, evidence, policy dialogue, decision making. The opportunity makes the pathway systematic so women knowledge does not stop at consultation. Challenge. The participation gap. The issue is not only whether women participate, it's whether their participation in decision. The participation gap, high contribution does not automatically mean high decision making power. Women contribution or formal decision making power. Here we find knowledge, care, livelihood, community action, and the other side, representation, influence, leadership, resource. Close the gap between contribution, the governance task, close the gap between contribution and power. What hold women back? Social norms, the expectation about women's role and authority, institutional access, information, resource, leadership by blind and conflict and displacement. Conflict can within the gender gap and also create new leadership roles. A Sudan is specific depth, conflict, displacement, service pressure, care burden. But women are also resilient at organization community, maintaining household and community covering system, supporting health and wash, building trust and social inclusion, therefore protecting participation during crisis do not postpone it from to increase participation to meaningful participation. Okay. 1 minute for me. Move women for being consultants to influence for designing and leading. This is the chart. Moving beyond. Women must have meaningful voice in decisions on water, climate, health, and community development. Okay. From crisis to resilience building and inclusive and sustainable Sudan. And start. Opportunities invest in leadership, evidence, network, and institutional pathway
not participation as an isolated event. Next. Five opportunity area for Sudan: water governance, climate adaptation, food livelihoods, community resilience, and peace building. Next slide. Building women leadership, water governance, knowledge, leadership, evidence, network, and access. Next slide. Where is Sudan today? Sudan is facing complex combination of conflict, displacement, economic leadership, and others. Water and health system have been affected. Communities continue to cope with the crisis using local knowledge, social network, and available resources. Next slide. Where should Sudan be in 5 years? Sudan should have moved beyond emergency response to recovery, resilient, and sustainable water security, stronger health system, climate resilience, and women participation and leadership, sustainable livelihood, environmental protection, and stronger local institutions. This is the chart for 2026. Protect lives and then restore water, health, livelihood, build strong institutions, and Sudan in 2031, Sudan that is healthier, more resilient, water resources, inclusive and sustainable. From Sudan to Nile region and women, where's the network? Their national experience into cross-border learning, collective advocacy, professional network, and movement lead solution. This is the chart. Why regional women network? What should the leaders yeah, maybe I have yes, we have more slides, but we can just we can share this video. Oh, okay. Okay, Camus. The leadership pathway. Women are from participation to leadership. Women are not present among those affected by water and climate change. They are knowledge holders, innovators, negotiators, and leaders who must help shape the solution. Okay, this is the design of next chapter. We can discuss in the group discussion, no problem. This is the selected reference for the presentation from Nile Building Initiative and other source. Thank you so much.
We go to the design presentation. And I think for now, all the presentations that we have listened to, we are now shaping the way forward. So thanks so much for that. So Tanzania,
Hello everyone, good evening. Yeah, I'm Sophia Binani. I'm here to present the water governance script and the Nile Women Network, the context of Tanzania. Before I move
maybe you can ask yourself 1 year here. All of you will know that access to water is the women human rights. So you cannot escape that. And we know that in our context, especially in Tanzania, this water, why women water matters. So women water matters in our context because women are central to water security. Are the ones who are connected to the water, are the ones who know the affordability, in terms of affordability, in terms of sort of water. Also, these women are the ones who climate impact agenda. We know that climate change impact different. When you speak about the impact of climate change for women, it is totally different to men. When the cut of water is happening, women are the ones who are traveling the long way to collect the water. So they're missing, especially the girls, they are missing the school, they don't participate in development. Why women voice are matter? Because of participation and influence. In our context, especially in Tanzania now, the government are trying to formulate the policies which are considered the gender. For instance, maybe my colleagues from the Ministry of Water can correct me. We have the national determined contributions, which are now recognizing the gender, especially the women. So these are the success of strong against and responsible climate government in terms of Tanzania context. So as I said, is that now the government formulates the policy law which are determined gender. As example, is the national determination contribution. Also now the government has introduced the the capacity of the ministry, department, agency, and the local government authorities. And then now we have the gender focused person in our ministry. Also, now the government has started to prioritize and increase connecting women leadership in adaptation, clean energy, and if you follow our Tanzania government now, we have the clean energy agenda. So the government is trying to distribute the gas to the women. Also, women leading society advocacy is excellent agenda from policy language into community level action and accountability. So this is the success of the National Women Network at the community level. So after establishment and undergo the different activities, like other countries said, we are the training, capacity building, we are the conversation, discussion, whatever. So after that, we go and started to capacitate our community or community-based organization or women at the community level. So, for instance, one of our members from NGO said that after that, she went back to the home and organized training to the women who are protected of the counseling, and it was the last year, and the women, about 60 women won the elections. Also, one of the members from our National Women Network said that after that also he went to go back and try to mobilize the government at the district level and then advocacy and the full council adapted by laws on GBV prevention and sanitation and the environment. So this is show how women advocates can influence local governance. Women also another success is the women climate movement building. Women feminists and climate networking are taking space for collective planning, advocacy, solidarity, and engagement on environment government. In fact, with our national women network. Now we are creating spaces, so the space is the part of learning, sharing, but also planning and all the government is accountable on the issue of water management. Also, left side, the another success is the left side community leadership. Women lead initiative in Lake Victoria's community connecting climate justice, natural resource governance, livelihood, waste management, and the blue economy. Despite of all the success which I mentioned, but National Women Network Tanzania chapter, we are still facing the different challenges. One of the challenges which we are facing is the social norms, which may hinder the women to speak in front of the whatever meeting or in front of the people. And sometimes it hinder them to influence the decision or to negotiate. Another challenge is the time in the care burden. In our context, women are working, most of the women are doing unpaid care work. They are taking care of the children, collecting water, fetching for the chapel, and etc. So this is in the participation. Another challenge is the limited resources. So our network still faces the limited resources, despite that we decided to write the proposals and submitted. I remember some of the proposals we shared with the seller, but we didn't need to win it. Another challenge is the decision making gaps. Women we still underrepresented in technical, senior, and transboundary water decision spaces. Another challenge is the data and evidence gaps. We still have the limited data sets segregated, especially locally investing data. When you say that women are more, for example, when you say that women are more disproportionately affected, but when it comes to the issue of the data, we don't have exactly that. Another challenge is the island and the rural to deal with. As you know that for instance in Bukerewe and the Sengerema, it has more than 30 and small islands. So sometimes it's in sometimes it is we face challenge when we wanted to meet it, and if we wanted to invite the CBO or NGO who are located at that areas to come and discuss that issues. Despite of such a challenge, but we see we have still have opportunities which you can work on that. One opportunity is to set minimum targets for women representation and leadership in water users association. I think we have good water users youth in our policy, which is clearly stated that making up of two of the committee can be the women, but they still need them on the board. Also, another opportunity, we think we should invest in women leadership, negotiation, water development, climate science, budgeting, and advocacy, documentary, and peer learning. Another opportunity which we see is the funding women equity solution, climate adaptation, water security, circular economy, disruption, clean energy and blue economy enterprises. Also, another opportunity which we see that it is youth, gender responsible climate finance and participatory budgeting. So women influence not only budgeting, but also resources allocation. The last opportunity is to strengthen the national and then leading online women networking as a sustained platform for evidence advocacy to reduce gender level. So I will not differ from my colleague as a country said. As the Tanzania National Online Women Networking, we established in 2022, we started. Now our member is 42. We converting from the community-based organization, non-government organization, and journalistic. Yeah. So our purpose is to connect women across Tanzania, like based in the landscape, to build leadership and technical capacity, amplify women unity in water and climate governance. Also to reach national policy, to regional and international if it is applicable. Our call to action. So this is our call to action. We thought that now is the time to move from counting women in meetings to measure women influence on decision, to invest in women leading solution in the leadership, especially in the community and the building idea. Make the Nile Women Network permanent bridge of space between grassroots agency, national policy, and regional cooperation. Thank you for listening to me. Thank you. This is the presentation from Faith, Uganda.
Good afternoon, ladies. One night. One night. Yes, at least. Yeah, this is the presentation for Uganda's perspective, and as far as women's participation in water governance and climate change decision making is concerned. We are going to look at the successes, opportunities, and challenges for gender equality in Uganda. Yes, our general overview, we looked at the central challenge that affects us as women here in Uganda, and not only the regional women network members, but the entire women fraternity in the country. We realize that women are Uganda's primary water managers and its most climate exposed citizens, yet they remain underrepresented in the institutions that make the decisions. That is our core statement here in Uganda. Then we looked at the gap. Women's formal participation in water governance remain minimal and at best reduced to tokenism. You know, women, we are fond of being given something. If not, you will not see yourself there. Even where legal inclusion provisions exist, they tend to just sideline women. Then the exposure perspective of it. Uganda ranks among the world's most climate vulnerable countries. Women and girls constitute roughly 8% of people displaced by extreme weather events. We have regular droughts, you hear of floods in eastern and western regions of the country where people are often displaced, and that mostly affects women and children. Then let's go. This report synthesizes the research, government literature, and development partner accounts to document successes, challenges, and opportunities across both sectors, that is, water governance and climate change. Water governance and climate decision making are functionally linked in Uganda. Droughts, erratic rainfall, and water scarcity are the most immediate climate impacts at household level, and the institutions managing water resources frequently overlap with those implementing local climate adaptation. Uganda's policy and legal framework that supports our statement on justification. We are looking at in over 3 decades, Uganda has developed one of the more comprehensive gender responsive frameworks in East Africa. Yet the core challenge is implementation, not legislation. Please underline that. It is implementation. We have the best policies, the best laws in the country, but their implementation still stands as a challenge. We have 1995 Constitution that guarantees equality between women and men. That is Article 33, Section 6, that prohibits customs undermining women's dignity, which mandates affirmative action to address or to redress historical imbalances. But we still see that happening in Uganda, where women are highly discriminated. Their rights are regularly abused by those in power, those who are supposed to protect the rights of the women, and most cases are the ones seen as violating these rights. Then we have the National Water Policy, 1999. Then this applies the Uganda's gender policy framework, specifies equal opportunity for women and men on water and sanitation committees. Yes, women are there, but most of their presence there remain passive. Yes, because even when the numbers are higher, the numbers of women are higher than those of men on those committees, still the decisions who should do that and the controls are always dominated by the male counterparts. Then we have the Local Government Act, that is 1997, which was amended in 2020, which reserves 1/3 of local council and parliamentary seats for women, plus 112 seats reserved for women in the national parliament. Yes, we see that happen, and we so much appreciate and grateful for Uganda government for creating that space for women. But we still say that that is not enough, because the women's presentation or representation and participation in legislative and governance arenas remain at 34% as compared to the 66% counterparts where that space is highly occupied by the male counterparts. Then you will see that even still at that level, women's voices still are still suffocated by the male counterparts. Then we have the National Climate Change Policy 2025 and Act 2021. Our policy acknowledges differentiated gender impacts. The 2021 Act gives domestic legal force to the Paris Agreement and establishes institutional structures for climate action. Then, in brief, A gender analysis for Uganda's Building Disaster Resilience Program found that most of the achievements is formal equality. Formal equality, not substantive equality. Our brother here in the morning talked about the difference between equality and equality. Yes, the equality somehow is there, but it is formal. They said, let us put this number of women in this area, but still we shall remain in the controlling state. So that is what we mean. Key organizations and allies, yes, back in Uganda, as Uganda Nile, National Nile Women Network, we have quite a number of allies that we work with. And a diverse of them, we have government bodies, civil society organizations, community working groups, and other development partners. For instance, we mentioned some of them, Forum for Women in Democracy. We have Uganda Women's Network, that is the network for all women actors within the country. Then we have Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. She was there. We had our commissioner in the morning here. We always work hand in hand with them to make sure that we push further the agenda of the women and to make women's interests put at the forefront, much as we have minimal representation and limited voices there, but at least we try to make sure that we have representation there. Then we have civil society and community-based organizations, both national and local levels, and other development, both local and international partners. When we look at women in water governance, we have definitely just had some successes, empirical research documents meaningful, measurable gains in women's engagement with water user communities. We know that wherever there is a water source, there must be a water user committee. The principal local institutions for rural water management, that one is also there. But when it comes on the percentages, because I wanted to give you figures, that water user committees with women leaders stands by 2010, it was estimated that 85% of water user had a woman in a key leadership position. But still, the relevancy of that woman in that key leadership position is also remains questionable. Then we have C, contribution willingness. We have 4 times women willingness to contribute towards water user, water resource sustainability measures. As compared to male counterparts who are not or rarely willing to contribute even a penny. Then community willingness to pay. The presence of women on water user committees increases the wider community's willingness to pay fees by a factor of about 3 times 3. Once we have more women on these committees, they present the case because they are the most affected when it comes to water scarcity and water related challenges. Then in-kind contributions. Women in-kind contributions, materials and labor for infrastructure maintenance, we are around 5 times higher than men. Yeah, that one when it comes to cleaning those, we have what we call vigilancy. You find more women and children in those places, but men are always out there doing their productive activities. A 2024 study, Nile, confirmed that women's participation is critical to the collective action needed for sustainable community-based water governance, delivering measurable gains for equity and empowerment where it is genuinely enabled. Communities with stronger women's representation are consistently associated with better functioning, improved water sources as compared to other male-led communities. Then women in water governance persistent challenges, these are so many. But to mention but a few, we just highlighted a few of them. Token is inclusion, Former seats on women water user committees have not consistently translated into substantive decision-making power. Yes, men retain the de facto stewardship, even where women hold nominal positions. That one I have already explained that. Institutional underrepresentation, women fill only around 16% of top management positions at Uganda's Ministry of Water and Environment. How I wish the minister, the commissioner was still around to document this. A gap that widens further around the decision-making hierarchy. Because if women at that level, at the ministerial level, are only 16%, what do you expect? Which kind of decisions do you expect from such kind of setting? Then structural barriers. Illiteracy undermines confidence and effective decision making. Heavy domestic workloads leave women with limited time for community duties. Cultural norms render women's enforcement of bylaws less respected. Then we have safety risks. Drenching water exposes women and girls to gender-based violence and physical injury on long isolated journeys to those water sources. A burden that directly constrains time and capacity for governance participation. Not only governance participation, but women's participation in productive activities like economic activities and other empowering economic empowering activities for women, because most of their time is offered to safeguard the interests of their households. Women in climate governance successes and models, despite structural barriers, a growing body of evidence documents impactful women-led climate initiatives across Uganda's political and community landscapes. Parliamentary voice. We have this analysis of 150,000 parliamentary speeches. Found women legislators spoke about climate change and women's issues significantly more than male counterparts. That one, I think, it is a plus for our female legislators in Uganda, demonstrating the tangible impact of Uganda's reserved seats policy. So we say we need more such that keep on amplifying Uganda's voice in those spaces. Welcome movement. The Women's Empowerment for Resilience and Adaptation Against Climate Change initiative has mobilized over 1,600 women-led savings groups, reaching to 550 women, building a fund of $2.8 billion reinvested in agroforestry and climate resilience. Kochido is in the far eastern part of Uganda. We have agroforestry project for women supported by the African Government Bank's African Climate Change Fund. Women in Kochido lead as environmental educators and mentors, transforming degraded land into resilient women-managed agroforestry compounds. Initially, those areas of Karamoja used to face a lot of drought. They used not to have rains, but with this project on board, they started getting some rainfall, though not as much as other areas, but at least to some extent, yes, we say it is a plus. And we have one of our sisters, Sister Ukiwa Susan, is one of those few women we call them heroes who are spearheading that particular project. Susan, can you stand up for recognition? I think she dedicates most of her time working in Karamoja. And it is not easy to work in Karamoja when you are not born from there. So that we applaud you for that. At the international level, Ugandan climate activist Vanessa Nakati Nakate has achieved the global recognition for campaigns highlighting the disproportionate climate burden on African communities, elevating Uganda's climate leadership on the world stage. I think Ugandans, you should clap for yourselves. Because at least we have. And even last year, the other year, 2024, we also won our space in the World Bank website space. So I think I'm about to finish now. Yes. Climate governance, we are looking at structural challenges, representation gap. Women are 51% of Uganda's population, but hold 22% of local deliberating body seats. Can you imagine? 34% of parliamentary seats and 30% of ministerial positions. The rest are held by men. The gap between population share and political representation remains a structural obstacle to gender responsive climate policy. Compounding vulnerabilities, restricted land rights, limited eligibility for climate programs, limited access to financial resources, climate disasters, research on drought adaptation in Uganda. We have technical facilitated harassment, increasingly targets women climate and land rights advocates. That one is still a challenge. Opportunities for advancing gender equality. We have capacity building and leadership gaps. We have gender responsive budgeting. Much as we have these stakeholders who are helping us to narrow this gap, but the challenge still remains there, which again needs to be addressed. Indigenous voice has not yet fully utilized, yet women, you have a lot of that untapped indigenous knowledge and wisdom. Land tenure reform. Most in Uganda, most women don't have, they are not own land. They don't own property. They can access, but owning and controlling that one in most areas is left for men. Then scaling proven models, disaggregated data, and others. I'm about to finish, just one or two slides, and you end. Yes, thank you. Key recommendations. Draw directly from the reviewed sources. The following priorities emerge for strengthening gender equality across Uganda's water governance and climate decision-making systems. One, move from formal to substantive equality. Substantive quality equality. I think we should upgrade that. Then secure women's land tenure. Finalize the national gender and climate change strategy. That one, I think I had put it in red because we need to follow it up. Sustain advocacy by women parliamentarians and regional partners. IGAD, Europa, that is Uganda Parliamentary Women Association, to look with gender responsive budget certification, land rights commitments, and climate resilience budgets. Address safety and child burdens by women by reducing the labor burden, the workload on the women back home. Strengthen not just the water user committees. Some water user committees or women on these committees are just taken as like part-timers. We don't need that just staff. We need them to take control, to be in charge, to take decisions for the sustainability of these water resources. Then in conclusion, we are sent from formal commitments to substantive change. Uganda has built a strong legal and policy foundation. The evidence shows real successes and a clear path forward. What works? High formal representation of women user water user committees. Strong evidence of women use disproportionate contributes to water infrastructure. The Wellington model reaching to 50 plus women and growing political voice through reserved parliamentary seats, that is a plus. What must change? patriarchal norms, unequal land rights, limited finance and technology access, unpaid care burden, safety risk, and the persistent gap between national policy and local implementation all continue to constrain women's substantive influence at all levels. And lastly, the imperative closing the gap between formal equality and substantive power is not only a matter of justice, it is an evidence-based condition for achieving sustainable, resilient water governance and effective climate adaptation in Uganda. Where women, and I read the last sentence, where women lead, water systems function better. Communities adapt more effectively, and climate resilience is built from the ground up. I thank you so much for listening to me, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. I know that you're behind the agenda, but I'm really enjoying and proud of the network with all the efforts done in the countries. Well, now I'm wearing the hats of Egypt, chairperson of the network. I don't have a presentation, as I told you, I just have a short video for you. Let me just tell you that as similar to all networks, we have formed the network in October 2022. We have 40 members. The members are NGOs, CEOs, media representatives, and experts, and university professors. It's despite the limited resources, what we have been achieving is the networking and the communication and the connection with the different entities working on gender and water, like the gender unit at the Ministry of Environment, the gender unit at the Ministry of Irrigation and Water Resources, the National Council for Women, and so on. UN Women, of course, we have two offices, the national and the regional one. And now the video that I'm going to share with you is some of the members. I have another hat actually in Egypt. I'm working with the UNDP Small Grants Program. So the Small Grants Program provides small grants for the NGOs. But it's not working all over Egypt. However, the network, the members are from all over Egypt. But I succeeded to support some of the network members to have access to the funds from the Small Grants Program and to implement some of the projects to empower women in rural, especially in rural areas. Of course, we have in urban areas as well. So in different aspects or fields of environment, we have the climate change, the recycling of agricultural waste, the water management, the prevention of single-use plastics, different kind of projects. So I want just this short video that I would like you to see. This is the outcome of the efforts of the members, but of course we still lack more resources to build the network and to strengthen the network as well, as we all mentioned in our countries. Thank you. The sound is in Arabic, but you will see the translation. This project was convincing the women in the market not to use the plastic bags and use the cloth bags instead. This project was also trying to trade some of the e-waste with other projects. This member, they succeeded to train 125 girls on beekeeping. And they have now their own beehives in Fayoum Governorate, all over Fayoum Governorate. of course, it had a great impact on the agricultural biodiversity as well. There were criteria to choose those women and girls. Most of them are widows or divorced. They have products now out of the honey. This project succeeded to recycle the agricultural residues to have compost and, most important, animal fodder, and to provide them for the women who are raising ducks. What is more important is the exchange of knowledge and experiences among the network. So we have a WhatsApp group that we communicate on almost daily to share all the experiences, the projects, the activities that have been done by the members. This is the incentive. Instead of giving them money and to encourage them to bring over the waste, the NGO gives them some products. For the first time, this NGO succeeded to train women to cultivate the sugarcane seedlings, and this was only done by men in the past. They trained 100 women and girls. Of course, they're all receiving awareness raising and capacity building, activities all the time through the projects. We now have different designs for the cloth bags, and we link them to, some of the schools, some of the hospitals, and even with the Ministry of Environment to ensure that the production unit is always working. But of course, this was to prevent the use of single-use plastic products and bags that is harming the environment and the water canals. See the school bags here. These products are from the palm trees, handicrafts. This project was linked directly to the church in Upper Egypt, and they trained more than 200 women on the handicrafts. So what we're trying to do is to engage the members of the network in the different processes. You know, if we find any opportunity that they can be engaged in, either events or projects or any funding opportunity, we try to link them to that. But of course, you know, in comparison to Egypt, with the very high population in Egypt, those are just, you know, like pilot projects, demonstration projects that we need hundreds more. I don't know if you're familiar with the azolla, this plant which grows on water, but they don't need clean water. They can be on the water coming out from you know, the agricultural waste. Those are the traditional handicrafts that we're trying, you know, to help them to grow. And we try all the time through the Ministry of Environment and the Ministry of Irrigation and Water Resources to market those products.
ومن الزراعة المتجددة في الأقصر إلى تدوير البلاستيك في القاهرة، تثبت التجربة أن تمكين السيدات ليس فقط قضية اجتماعية، بل ركيزة أساسية للاقتصاد الأخضر. بدعم برنامج المنح الصغيرة، تتحول المبادرات المحلية إلى نماذج تنموية قابلة للتكرار، تقودها نساء يعرفن قيمة الأرض والمياه
Organize field visits to visit those projects and more. Thank you so much. Yes, now we're having our coffee break. Sorry, it has been a long but interesting session. So I think we're having now our coffee break, and then we'll be back for the working groups. Yes, please.
Thank you for presentation. All presentation was good and very, very, very fertile. But I want to add something small, which I learned for all presentation. There was a gap for most of presentation, which seemed that there was no something in their structures. In the structures, I think we have not forget monitoring and evaluation person, because monitoring is something which is make us to get more data. So if we have monitoring and evaluation, I think we'll be going more further on getting good data. And what is going on our evaluation, we secure and get what is weak we have on our implemented, on the impact of our implementation, what we have done. The second thing is on activity. Activity, everybody talking policies and everything is good, but we have to look after research. We have to have a research program. When we are working or doing some project, if we don't have research, we can't go more further. So research, for example, in water, how can women always search water, clean water, and safe water, going further to find clean and safe water. Why? Why don't they take any water? There is, for example, mining. Mining at a section which is affecting water in the stream and going further, traveling further. So we have to do research in our work. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Very two important points that we're going to take with us to the next session with our action plan. Thank you. So, any other comments? No. Just one comment from someone online. When Kenya presented the presentation, there was a simple question saying how is based organizations contribute to the network. So can you please just respond to this comment?
Good evening, everybody. Good evening once more. Don't get shy. I'm the one who is giving this task. The person who raised that issue, I'm 100% that even here among us, there is nobody or no one who is an ungoer to the church. You must have a certain congregation where you belong to. And when I was being recruited, or when KNDF was going around to the focal points, me personally, I was picked or selected from one of the faith organizations, which was a Catholic diocese of Homa Bay. Are we there? Even right now, I'm a leader of women, Catholic Women Association of Kenya, and I always work with the book, and I always come to this area here, in Namgongo, for a prayer with a team of women for the whole Kenya. Are you seeing that? So, when I was recruited, I don't want to, when we were recruited, you see that I got a chance of going, sensitizing, creating awareness, even to different churches. One is now Catholic Diocese. The second one is Anglican Church of Kenya. We have even a Roho team, Legion team. You see that? And also, when we were talking about how we form the groups, you remember? In order to become members, or in order to make us easy to get this group people. Are you seeing that? These are the people also we sensitized, we created awareness to, and they become members of Kenya Nile Discourse Forum. And this is where we lobby them in order to make this network for women. We have more than 72 groups in Kenya, out of the Kenya National Kenya Nile Discourse Forum, where I had to get all these faith-based organizations. And that is how I got those people. And that's why I must quote them also. Without God, which made us also to be here, definitely God first, water second. So I'm very happy for that question, and I thank you so much for making me to quote the word of my Lord. Thank you so much. This is Kenya Nile, cheerleading representing.
Organization is also you don't want the coffee break, huh? Contribution to the network. Yes. I just want to be clear on that. Yes, I take justification wholeheartedly. It is very true. But in other words, these faith-based organizations also play that very big role of mediation, counseling, bringing these conflicted or vulnerable women or members of the community together and maybe remove those grievances from them, and then they live happier and united. Right? You know, that is the biggest role of these faith-based organizations in the Nile the Nile movement. Okay. Okay. Thank you for the clarification. So I guess now we're all tired. You have a sorry. Thank you very much. I was listening to the presentation of the beautiful ladies from around the Nile. And one thing that I noticed is that there is a lack of resources, funding gap for the activities to preserve or to govern the Nile, for the governance of the Nile Basin. In our presentation, Uganda presented very well. There is a will, the government will is there. The legislation is there. But I think as leaders in this house, we need to take it a notch higher. How do we engage these legislators to see to it that the issue of budgeting for the conservation of the Nile Basin is taken very seriously? Most of the CSOs here, they rely on funding from maybe the UN or big organizations, but it's never enough. We may end up in the house for meetings, but when we go back on the ground, there's nothing we are implementing. Yesterday, when I was driving from Gulu, I looked at Karuma. Karuma is one of the biggest falls along the River Nile. Every time I'm crossing that bridge, I check a rock. If that rock is bare, it means the water level is going down. If the water is high, it means at least we are stable. Because in my city, every day we draw 30 million liters of water from Karuma. And I believe that there are so many power projects along the Nile from the source up to Egypt, irrigation schemes, which makes it our livelihood. We cannot survive without the Nile. Then why can't the governments come out to protect and conserve this Nile Basin? We are here talking about women. Yes, we have put it in the open. We women are less empowered. We may lack, the voice we are having now is inadequate. The resources that we have are inadequate. The people we are leading down there do not understand the meaning of climate change. Why would a woman who lives 72 kilometers away from the River Nile know that it is important to protect the banks of River Nile? It is important to plant trees. It is important to practice climate smart agriculture. So we have a long way to do. We need to include government
if we are to succeed. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes. Totally agree with you, and thank you so much for emphasizing this. So, is there any, yes?
Yeah. The question on
Okay. Sumaya, Dr. Sumaya?
Yeah, yeah. Hello.
Dr. Sumaya, yes, please.
Yeah,
ahead.
hello. Hello, how
Hi.
are you? Yes, I agree with my sister from Uganda that we have to raise this because what we know that the Nile Basin Initiative have a policy and a strategy for women, but we are not seeing this on the ground. And our government is also, they are not seeing this. All the government is working in something which is looking for the Nile, like it's the political issues. So we have to raise our voice. And I think we have to come out with a declaration from this workshop as to raise it for the Nile Basin Initiative, as to raise it for our governance, and to raise it for all the international organizations that they have to cater for the Nile water, and they have to cater for the women role in the resilience and preservation and protection of the Nile water. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. And thank you for the recommendation. We'll take it, of course, into full account. Okay? So,
Can I add also one point?
yes, please. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much, Chair, for organizing this fruitful workshop. My recommendation.
Can you introduce yourself first?
Oh, yes. Sorry. My name is Verdian Nyiramana. I'm the chair of Nile Discourse Rwanda, and also member of the Women Network. So we have been creating this network since I think 2024 or 3, if I remember my memory is well. But there's no
2022. Yeah.
22. Oh, thank you. So if we have been seeing that gap of how can the National Women Network be part of this international organization within the country. So I see many organizations in the room from different big organizations, international, UN. How can we get recommendation from those big network, UN, international NGO, connecting the National Women Network within the country? How can we be getting that, how can I say, a letter of recommendation, a support letter? So our national discourse for 10 countries can be part of those meetings or activities within the country. So I don't know how, maybe after this workshop, if they can do like a commitment, a networking, connecting us. I don't know how we can formulate that, but I think that is very important to link the National Women Network with the within country UN or international NGOs. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And it seems that maybe you missed the presentation from the representative of the UN Women. And thankfully, she said that we should reach out to the UN Women offices in the different countries, and she can help with that. So we need to follow up on that to link also. This is one organization. Of course, we're looking for more, but at least we can link the national networks to the UN Women as a start, and of course we can take it from that. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much.
Okay, there's also a comment that came online, so I just wanted to let you know this comment. It was mentioned that there is a gap in all the presentations that is concerning the water governance. So the networks are presenting the water governance, but without considering protecting the water catchments. So I think we need to further discuss this within our coming next action plan. So any other comments, remarks, questions? Send the comment. On the organization structure of Yes, I think this is the same point that has been raised before on monitoring and evaluation, which we really need to take it into consideration as well. Thank you. Thank you. So it's a repetition for another call. Okay. Well, any other comments? So are we breaking for a break? Yes? Logistically, yeah? Okay. So for how 10 minutes? 15 minutes? Okay, so we can have a break for 15 minutes and then come back for the report. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sorry,
And
can
we
I have
a great applause for all the network members that have presented and for the great work, even without any resources. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Mary's hand?
تعرف قصتك طبعا. إذا أجيت لك فأنا كثير حابة أشرب بس الموضوع لا منظمة كثير لازم لك شو أنا في عنا شغل كثير تجاوب وراعي صابت مخدرات كبيرة ما خبرتك عن هالشيء.
يا أخي بالله كل عام.
Brothers and sisters, can we convene? We don't want to be too late. If you still need to have any coffee or tea, just bring them to the table so we can start. So we came to the fun part of the day, the group work. Okay? So as we mentioned today, that our main objective of this session is to update the TOR of the Regional Nile Women Network. So we will be having 4 working groups. Each group will be working on one item. And because we are late and behind the agenda, we would like to suggest something and to see what you think about it. So we are having the group work today and discussing, putting all your contribution down. But maybe we, as a steering committee members from the network, we are still here tomorrow, working tomorrow, so we can continue the drafting of your contribution today. So we can continue it and finalize the draft tomorrow, and then share it with you by emails for your final contribution and final addition. So it will not be finalized unless you all review it again and see that all your contributions were integrated and you are fine with it. Is it okay? Okay. So thank you so much. So now we'll be having 4 groups or 5, 4 groups. Okay. So Group 1 will be working on the mission, objectives, and theory of change. Group 2, yes. And Group 2 will be working on the guiding principles and strategic imperatives. They are all in the TOR. Your mission is to revise it and see how we can update it and see if it's now, if we still need them, or we can just, remove some of them and add new things. You have to revise and see. So we have other group. The 3rd group will be working on the governance, partnerships, and resource mobilization. The last group. And the last group will be working on the implementation, coordination, and monitoring. So you will find all this in the TOR. So each group will be working on one part of the TOR. And then we will be sharing all together. Is it okay? Yes? Yes? Okay, no objection. We will be having some guiding questions for each group. Okay? So, and we suggest that, we can just divide the group while we are sitting there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. So please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So as agreed, we are going to set some groups. We will not take much of your time. We will take maximum 30-35 minutes just to give you ideas on those areas. So my colleagues will help in providing the hard copies. We have printout copies for your facilitation. So we will go for group formation 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Can I start from my sister here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 3. Oh. 1, no. No. 1, you. 2, 4. 3. 1, 3. 3. 1. Who is one? Who is one? One. One, okay. Two. Oh. Rose four. Here. Okay. Two. Three. Three. Four. One. One. Three. Four. One. Perfect. So now all ones will come together and form one group. All twos, another group. All threes, another group. All fours, another group. So can we arrange in a corner wherever is suitable for you? For instance, one group can come here. One group can come here. Another group can sit here. This group is which number? Number one. Oh, okay. Number one is this one. Okay, group one, come here. All the ones. All the ones. All the ones come here. All the twos. Number two. Number two. Number three, come here. Number three. This is number four. Very good. To mind which number are you? Okay. So please take your seats. This is one. One will discuss on the mission, objectives, and theory of change. Yes, very good. This is number two. Very good. No, it can't be. It can't be. That is number four. Group four. Are you up? The documents as well, actually. The document, the strategy itself. Yes. Number three. Where are you, number three? Okay, okay. No, it's okay. Start. Yes. If there is something that needs clarification, we are here. Read the documents. For instance, group 1, you are supposed to discuss on vision, specific objectives, and theory of change. Then the questions are down, guiding questions. Does the current mission still reflect the purpose and aspirations of the regional Nile Human Network? Are the current objectives still relevant? Have any new priorities emerged since 2022? Does the current theory of change adequately explain how the network expects to achieve? These are the questions. So if you say yes, then all will remain the same. If you say there is something that needs change, you suggest that change. To facilitate discussion, you need to have a chairperson and secretary who will take notes and minutes that the group discusses. Thank you. Collect the letter from our office. And run. Was current setting? Unable to just current setting. Okay, very open. I'm sorry. I was trying to response, I was follow up the last session. And weird statements to no, these are pieces or they are.
So we're finalizing. We have more 5 minutes, and then we finalize. Okay, thank you. We ready? Yes? Good. So please, each group, just hand over what you have done, just to make sure that we gather all the contribution of the 4 groups, please. Please. You can get it here. Yes, please. The young professionals, please help us with this. Yes, we need to have 4 contributions from the 4 groups. Please. Just to make sure that all the contributions and your valuable added value to this TOR is added in the new version. I hope you find it enjoyable, the group work. What you have done now is very important to us. It's very important for us in the future to shape the updated TORs and the action plan for the future. So now we will be concluding the last session of the day. For myself, I would like to thank you so much again for being with us till now. Actually, you survived the whole day. So thank you so much. This means how much you are committed and willing to support the regional Nile Women Network and all the networks on the national level. And this is really appreciated. And we are really looking forward for the next steps and the partnerships that we're going to establish in the near future on the national and the regional level as well. So I would like just to pass the floor to the NPD chair, please, for the last words. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all. I would like to say the same thing. You are committed. You showed your commitment. Your participation was full and dynamic. We thank you all. Thank you so much, and have a good evening. The floor, the session is closed. Thank you. I will make final announcement. I'm not going to speak after my ghosts have spoken. So, for the steering committee members, Regional Nile Women Network Steering Committee, cluster women representatives, and NPD leadership, we will have in-house meeting tomorrow. We'll have a meeting tomorrow that will start at 8:30. So please come on time. The rest, it has been already said that it was a great day and we have received great contribution from you. Thank you so much.
This one, so yes.
Urakoze sha